Good evening, everybody. Sorry, I was just going to say, I almost said System Jock here with another episode of, but you all know this because it's live. Or maybe you don't know that it's live. Maybe you're watching on VOD, and if you are, I apologize because, as always, there's a little bit of time for me to load in. Looks like I actually saw a lovely I was going to say Mr. Cunning, but Dr. Cunning, if you are watching, hello. I like your music. Actually, it's been a while since I've done this, so I will get this off the top. Hopefully, for those of you who are watching the VOD on, actually, this is the best place I can put it. For those of you who are watching on Twitch, either as a VOD or maybe, well, you can't be hearing this now if you're not here right now, but this is the link for the composer of Phantom Brigade, their Bandcamp site. So I had found out about A Fold Apart. I've not played it yet from this website, rileykoenig.bandcamp.com, RILEYKOENIG.bandcamp.com, for those of you who do not have the benefit of seeing chat. But what I didn't realize is that this is actually on Apple Arcade, so I should be checking it out. But yeah, there's the 2019 PAX East soundtrack, so obviously an older version of the soundtrack, but still tons of fun to see, along with Aegis Defenders, The American Dream, and then, actually, as far as other games, actually, I don't know if Gastrobot's a game. Anyways, there's also original compositions and, well, they're all original compositions, but the sort of standalone ones that are not necessarily done for, or at least are not attached to a game. But in any case, Phantom Brigade has a really, really good soundtrack. So it's one of these ones where I probably should be, dropping this link a little bit more often. But for those of you who like some good music, I highly recommend that link, especially because it supports a fellow Canadian, and I was going to say fellow Canadian artist, but a fellow Canadian who is an artist and makes some pretty good music. Sorry, I just wanted to take a quick music. Sorry. Try not to hear my own voice on this stuff. The other thing that I wanted to do is just check my quality settings. So I know I have a little bit, I suspect there's going to be a while before I actually have any kind of a pulse as far as the viewership is concerned, but I think what I'm going to try and do here, I've got to close something out. There are a few bits of news, but I also want to try and get into the game. So maybe what I'll do is I'll try and divide my attentions between streaming and chatting a little bit better this time around. I'll load up Phantom Brigade. So this is the experimental branch that I'm playing. I don't know if we're far enough away from a patch for this to be at all different, let alone significantly different from the base game. But let's give this a shot, and let's see if I can actually get through the introductory text in time. I'm going to take a sip before I do. Okay. I also seem to remember this takes a while for to load on my machine. I'm pretty sure it's because I have it on the hard. I keep not threatening, but I keep saying I should put it onto my solid state, but obviously that's not the first thing I'm thinking of when I finish the broadcast. So I don't think I ever do it. We'll get it though, one day. I actually, I'm somewhat glad I don't have my full screen on because I don't know how many of you will know who Frank Ramsey is, but to me, this is kind of the equivalent of like a Lovecraftian text, in the sense that if you read pretty much anything about Frank Ramsey, it will just send you to this pit of despair as to your own accomplishments. It's like one of these things that you have to like read reflected in a mirror and only in small doses to be able to retain your sanity. Something definitely changed on my screen. Oh, here we go. Early Access, welcome to the Brigade. We're excited for you to experience Phantom Brigade and to have your help in shaping its development during its early access period. During the course of development, some aspects of the game might feel rough, sparse, or buggy. Every month we'll release a major update, which will include bug fixes, new features, and quality of life improvements for players. We appreciate your patience and feedback throughout this process as we work to deliver the most important features and fixes. From the main menu, check out our early access roadmap to see what's coming next for Phantom Brigade. Reach out to us via the Brace Yourself Games Discord community or read the latest patch notes for the latest changes and known issues. Thank you for joining us on this journey. We look forward to making Phantom Brigade better with your help. Almost got it. A very small percentage of people may experience a seizure when exposed to certain visual images, including flashing lights or visual patterns. These seizures may have a variety of symptoms, including lightheadedness, altered vision, eye or face twitching, jerking or shaking of arms or legs, disorientation, confusion, or momentary loss of awareness. Immediately stop playing and consult a doctor if you experience any of these symptoms. If you or any of your relatives have a history of seizures or epilepsy, it's recommended that you consult a doctor before playing. Sorry about the sneezing. There it is. So before I go too far into Phantom Brigade, I should get the disclaimer out of the way. I was given a copy of the game from Brace Yourself for promotional purposes. It's been a while with the game, and it is going to be getting a Steam release fairly soon, I think. Sorry, people are going to have a different idea fairly soon. There is no official announced release date for this game, I should say. But the way they have been talking and sort of the way they're ramping up definitely seem to be pointing towards a Steam release is one of the. It's not. I don't think it's going to be like over a year. Would be my guess. I mean, as far as the obligation is concerned to the Epic Store, I believe that window is now closed, but it seems that they would like to kind of focus the early development on one platform. Sorry, 1 second. I wasn't sneezing when I started. I'm allergic to you all. But yeah, so as far as I can tell, it was just, I don't think Epic does more than a year of exclusivity, unless I guess they outright buy something. That's a little different, I suppose. But yeah, so far as I can tell, this is a choice just to make sure that the resources are kind of put towards perfecting the game. As far as I can tell, this is not actually to... Well, okay, I gotta be careful. When I say it's not to Brace Yourself's benefit, what I mean is I suspect there's probably quite a bit of money to be made putting this thing on Steam sooner rather than later, but I also have a feeling that, well, you know, I guess there's a bit of a reputational concern that you have if something isn't quite ready for a Steam appearance, or just if there's a different plan in terms of how it's going to get set up. There could be some value in holding it off. But of course, if you want to play the game right away, that is available on Epic. I don't have an affiliate link anymore, so that's just me letting you know where you can pick it up. And if you want to wait for the full version, you'll have your choice of storefront. But in this case, the best you could do for a Steam copy would be to go to the Discord and check out the beta when it happens, because they have been doing some limited betas for the Steam release. All of that's to say, though, is that I'm a huge fan of this, and a very big fan of this developer, Brace Yourself Games. In fact, I can now say developer and publisher, as the Brace Yourself publishing branch or label has been announced. Their first announced title, at least, is a game called Godless, which is a turn-based strategy game, it looks like. So definitely, I think that's of interest to Phantom Brigade fans, which isn't to suggest this is the same sort. Like, I don't think Godless is the sort of thing that you'd say, okay, I really like mechs, and we're gonna watch that. But no, I figure if you like turn-based strategy, you'll like Phantom Brigade, and if you like Phantom Brigade, you're probably also gonna like games with hexes and other conventions of the genre. So, one way or the other, I'm definitely a big fan of this. It's important to disclose when you've been given something in exchange for coverage. But that's done, and we're now going to return to our liberation. Now, I really don't have an idea in terms of how much progress I'm going to make on this. I believe with the new system, you can actually just run into an area and actually start the liberation right away. I'm not going to do that. I'm actually also kind of curious about the question mark. But we do have a revealed location. Okay, so that more or less answers where we're heading next. Yeah, let's just run with it. Complete victory. The invaders have slunk away with their tails between their legs thanks to your decisive and bold maneuvers. Multiple messages come in from different officers in the home army, grateful for your contributions. The radios are also jammed with messages of celebration that fly from town to town in the area, all happy to contribute to kicking the last of the invaders from these lands. A pilot approaches you, while others are distracted by the celebrations going on outside the base. Can we celebrate, boss? Just for tonight? I think we've earned it. So one thing that's really neat here, I think this is a good call on their part, because like for me, I pretty much always went for the full celebration, but in this case you need booze, and we don't have any. So this option can't be used right now. Click the description for the requirements on how to unlock it. So I'm not quite sure what they mean when they say click the description, because we can already see the description here. But in this case, it's clear. We don't have any booze. So while it used to be a cost in terms of scrap, this event actually, we have to have alcohol in the on the base. So we'll join the parade. You can't spare an entire night off, but a few hours will suffice. So that's 5 hours. We don't have any major reason to sort of worry about what's coming up. Like, we're not in the middle of a fight. So we'll join the parade. We'll head into this region for the cache. Like I said, I believe the way the game works now is you can actually trigger the fight immediately. I'm trying to think whether or not that would be a good idea. I suspect it would. But for the time being, we'll plow ahead with what we've got. I think I'll speed up time, unless something comes up. Nope. Seized and confused, you're waved down by a farmer dressed in dusty overalls and looking worse for wear. They took my farm! They took everything, she cries. One of your pilots makes her a nice cup of tea, and when her nerves are settled, you ask her to explain. They kicked us out of our farm. I tried to fight them, but they threatened my family if we didn't clear out. We've been waiting for days and have nowhere to go. That farm was our life and our livelihood. Her family, she tells you, are staying in an abandoned barn nearby, but she came out when she heard the base rumbling through. So we can offer help, fend off the enemy forces occupying her farm, for her, donate supplies for her and her family to use in the meantime. Yeah, I'm inclined to offer help. I mean, it's nice to give the supplies, but we should set this right, so... Oh, well, that's easy. So we should be strong enough to take on most of what we're up, most of what we can see. But in this case, I'm going to actually come to think of it. I'll hit the contest province button as soon as the as we cross the point of no return. You approach the farmhouse, recognizing it as the one the farmer told you about. Your seismic detectors are going wild. There are definitely mechs stationed here. We're seeing 3 enemies on the board, boss, one of your pilots says. They look a bit beefy, but nothing we haven't seen before. Reckon we can take them? Suit up. Okay, what are we up against? It's Liberation, approach an occupied civilian outpost. Eliminate all hostiles with a balanced team, taking care not to incur too many casualties. You're dug in like ticks, we've got your back. Okay, so this doesn't seem to be one of these missions. I was wondering if this is a mission where you'd want to avoid any damage, but it doesn't look like it in this case. So, level 7 reserves, we're at 5.2, so this is predicting a difficult fight. I keep meaning to switch the pilots, or to like customize them, but I do want to. We'll start at least with one mission, and then if somebody would like to see themselves turned into a member of the Phantom Brigade, we can definitely work with that. Okay, so looks like the Sleipnir is first in line for upgrades. So the tricky part with the stuff like anytime we move torsos, there's so many things that change, from the power, like the power systems, to things like the cockpit and all of that. They're always the trickiest to sort of evaluate as far as the different measurements are concerned. But what I really look at here is mass. And then from that, we can do all of the other adjustments. So both the Elbrus and the Asgard really aren't doing anything for me here. We'll take a look and see if we can get some better legs. So we've got light Nox legs here. So we've got heavier Elbrus, is our plural Elbruses, Elbri. And we've got the Asgard. Yeah, both of them are heavy, and I don't really need the extra integrity. So moving on, looks like it's more or less all heavies. The one exception here would be this Elbrus arm. So it looks like we have the advantage of the plating. It's the active heat sink, so that's why the heat dissipation's so much better. Yeah, in this case, I'm not quite ready to strip off some mass for... I don't think I'm going to switch out the mass for the integrity. How you doing, Beepo? Yeah, if you've not seen Phantom Brigade, this is a hell of a game. It's definitely a an action-packed one, and they've implemented the first version of the replay. So hopefully you'll be able to see some cool moves. Yeah, no worries. I never take attendance, but if you I'm really glad to hear your PC's fixed. But yeah, if you don't want to chat, like don't feel under obligation. Okay, now the lance, because most of the stuff we turned down because it's heavy, there's a little bit more in terms of possibilities as far as the Asgard is concerned. So for instance, right now we're packing an Elbrus medium body. If I wanted to go for a proper heavy, there we have it. Now it's currently working with a heat core. We have got an overdrive in terms of this one. Now, one thing I'd be worried about in terms of the Asgard, the extra weight, the extra integrity would be pretty good. Yeah, no worries, Beepo. So the extra integrity is nice. The thing I worry about the most, though, for the heavier body. So like one thing I'm noticing here is we're currently at 1429 as far as speed is concerned. The mass difference for this Asgard body is not that much higher. One thing I actually might do, so if we got the sidestep and the overdrive... Yeah, you know what? There are some possibilities here. So here's what I'm going to do. We're going to strip the gear that we had. So I'm going to start with the sidestep thrusters. So I feel like we can do better than a targeting sensor. So capacitors will help me with my heat. I guess the passive heat sink is the way I get past the heat dissipation. So we can actually get I think in this case this would be a strictly better choice. Yeah, you know what? Let's put that passive heat sink in. And then the head armor, I usually like to have the proper balance between mass and integrity. So we've got a 444.96. $522.137. You know what? our speed isn't that much worse than it was before, so the one thing I was thinking about, could I maybe afford to throw a better, like a more powerful thruster on? I think the drawback is, let's put on the low guide just for an example. We go down to 1246. So in this case, I think limited thruster capacity is probably the better part of that trade-off that I can go for. So again, a little bit slower, but definitely a much more, definitely a bit better suited to its role. So this is the kind of trade-off that I'm willing to make. A little bit of speed in exchange for a considerable boost to our, our survivability. This Asgard arm is also kind of tempting, so it looks, actually, it's not even kind of tempting. So the old one had a targeting sensor. This one currently has, so we can actually strip the range sensor off. So this is strictly better as far as an arm is concerned. So right now we've got a capacitor. I could go for the targeting sensor. Yeah, you know what? Let's go for that. Or did I go for the targeting sensor, or did I go for the range? Let's go for targeting for now. I don't think we've got anything that we want to change as far as the shield is concerned, so we'll leave that. But normally I've used a shotgun. I am going to do a quick review and just see if there's more firepower for any of these. Okay, so this auto shotgun seems to be the most fearsome as far as stats are concerned. The Hurricane is slightly better for concussion. As are the marksman rifles, it looks like. Actually, we've got a few high concussion weapons. I may want to consider that. But yeah, this is actually a pretty big boost for the Lance, so I'm feeling good about that. Looks like the Bull, the Wind, and then the Ray. Okay, so really only one improvement, but we have sort of shifted around a few of our different kind of bits of equipment. So I am going to just do a quick audit of some of the alternatives. Yeah, so for most stuff we lose on the integrity, and then our one other alternative would be to go for a heavier lower body with the Asgard legs. Actually, we already have a heavy on this, but it's a big trade-off as far as integrity and... Well, actually, that's not strictly true. So if I got rid of the hydraulics... Okay, apparently these are still heavier. You know, okay, there's one other thing I'm going to check here, because I noticed that this has a reactor in it. So I'll take 1641, 1420. Yeah, you can't use energy to get your... hang on. Yeah, that's better. So yeah, you can't rely on power to get your way out of that. That's fine. This is holding the shield, so it's not as critical for me to... Slight improvement. I'll stick with this arm. So I was debating on maybe going for a lighter arm so I could equip those legs, but... okay. Yeah, no, hollow plating's right. But yeah, so that's a good lesson to learn. Like there is a point where you want to add some extra power to be able to push your your mech to worthwhile places, but it's definitely not a replacement for wait, I'm assuming that there's probably a more complicated, like it's probably not just a purely linear relationship for both of them. I'm assuming there's probably a point at which you can add on some mass and your power is not necessary. Well, that's an interesting question, actually. Because it's not obvious that if you've got a sufficiently light mech and you add some more power, then presumably that should also move you further as well. But yeah, I'm assuming there's probably a point at which it might make some more sense to go for the power rather than the hydraulics. But we're clearly not there. Okay, so we've got a right targeting sensor. Now we have other possibilities, but I'm not entirely sure I need to change this. So only other question would be, do I want to consider other weapons? So we're at 709 on the turret. Yeah, I don't think there's anything better for the turret. 19 is the highest that we've gotten for our concussive power, and then 709 is a pretty fearsome number for the attacks. So I don't think we actually changed anything on the bull, but there you have it. All right, the wind. So this one's still got some heat problems. So we've already put sidestep thrusters on it. Now our other alternative is right now we've got a charge core. So I could switch to a heat. Now that's going to lower the heat capacity though. Yeah, hang on. What am I saying here? It's heat capacity that I want, not power. So yeah, we've already got maximum capacity. So I guess the next question is, how else do I limit my heat generation? So right slot, we've got the Arcturus. Look at that beautiful heat generation. All right, so there's not really any kind of an improvement that we can make on this to change the heat generation. So really, I think at this point, it's capacitors that are going to be the way that we make this work. That's going to have some implications in terms of the types of gear that I can equip. Yeah, so the sidestep's already the lowest heat that can be generated. So dissipation's kind of dealing with the problem after the fact. So the only other thing that I would maybe I could think of would be the heat capacity. So we've got 115. So just contrasting that, 180 on heat generation. So I'm pretty sure if we look at heat capacity, okay, it's actually going to make me review the whole. Oh no, this Elbrus. Is it because this is the same? Yeah. So I'm going to make something of an assumption here because I don't actually want to take the time to analyze all of the different bodies, but I'm going to say heat capacity is the same for all the bodies, and I need to just kit it out differently to get something better. Now that's not tested. I'm assuming that, but it's not something I want to mess around with quite yet. Maybe what I'll do is in a future loadout, I'll maybe take a look at something that's not an Elbrus body and see if it's got a higher heat capacity. So right now I've been working with some defensive subsystems. What I would potentially want are mobility subsystems. So let's just see if there's... Yeah, so this Elbrus body is a good example. We lose some integrity. Oh, sorry, we gain some integrity. We lose some mass. No, hang on. Why am I saying mobility? Okay, it's offensive that gives me capacitors. What am I saying? Okay, same stuff I was saying, but not mobility. It's offense that I want. So no offensive legs. Left arm. Right, so this Elbrus arm... Actually, this Elbrus arm is already an improvement across the board, so we'll definitely run with that. Yeah, it's clear we didn't really have anything else for that arm, so... In fact, is this a better right arm? No. Okay, so right now this has got an active heatsink. You'll notice that that's reduced my speed because it takes power. But if I throw a capacitor on it, we can stop overheating. And I don't think there's anything else that I would want to put on it. So now one thing I'm curious about, this is probably, I wouldn't be surprised if this is how this works. But I'd be interested to know if you lose your left arm, do you lose the perks associated with it? So if you have a capacitor in your left arm and you lose your left arm, does your heat capacity go down? You'd think it would, but... Oh, interesting. We had an improved capacitor. Okay, well, we'll definitely upgrade that to an excellent. So I was already wise to the trick. All right, look, that's about as good as we're going to get for this this unit, but I'm actually feeling a bit better about the wind. So I think it's the Ray. We already went over the Lance. So yeah, it's just the Ray. Ray actually potentially got some upgrades on the last mission, so I am going to take the time to look at it. But of course, this is going to be one of those more time-consuming ones, given the fact that I kind of took, like, I took a little bit of everything from the previous. Like from all the stuff that we unloaded before, so essentially all the hand-me-downs from the previous mechs are in play. One thing I think is I'm going to run into is that I've put hollowed plating on this medium torso, so it's going to seem better than a lot of the lights that I could equip. I always, whenever I put hollow plating on, I always get kind of an unrealistic idea of what the mech can actually do. Anyways, I have noticed that there is some, I think there is some benefit to having this particular mech be a little bit more agile, so we're going to make sure that we keep that speed up. So I'm going to see if a reactor will make the difference here. No, but it doesn't necessarily hurt either. So at 1605, if I put the hydraulics back on 1612, I think it's the fact that I get the extra... So the thing is that if I go for the reactor, that's an excellent reactor, by the way, not an improved, which are what the hydraulics are. So I'm only, like, it's on its own, I'd be like, okay, well, that's, you know, the nice thing there is that this gives up hydraulics, which can be used on another mech, which is something I might be willing to do. But the drawback here is that I'm also losing the heat dissipation. So in this case, the hydraulics are an improvement for the Ray. We'll keep that there. All right, lots of arms. So we're at 228. We can go down to 203, but it's also got a barrier on it, so... that regenerator is absolutely useless. Yeah, I'm starting to feel like the defensive subsystems, unless I've got more hollow plating, are not that helpful for me. Wait, what? Oh, right. No, right, that's my melee. What am I saying? Okay. So currently working with marksman. With marksman rifles, I am usually willing to switch them out for sniper rifles if the opportunity comes up. So slightly better concussion with the sharp. I'm also wondering... Well, it says per volley, so... Okay, I'm a little surprised that the marksman rifles weren't better for us, but I can learn to live with that. One thing I am going to do now that we've sort of gone through, now that we've kind of gone through everything, I am actually going to take a second here to clear out some of the some of the old gear. In fact, I'm willing to say at this point, if we haven't picked it at this point, I'll maybe keep one of the bursts. I'll double check as far as... So there's a few things here which, because they're relatively rare, I'm gonna keep them. I'm not gonna use that midway though. I'm probably not gonna use the Astra, but I'll hang on to it. It's like things like the incendiary repeater, we don't have a lot of replacements for these, but we're not going to use these Nox uppers. Mind you, okay, I think I should actually maybe draw the line at level 5 though. Oh, it's a lot. Okay, well, you know what? Let's go. Let's be a little more willing to give things up. I don't think I'm going to give up the Asgard quite yet. Yeah, level 6 is I'm going to hang on to. Oh, sorry. Just saw... Wild. Sorry, I just saw a couple of very crazy news items. Okay, so to make sure that I am scrapping and detaching. Now for subsystems, I should probably be doing something similar. So let's say... Ooh, this is pretty fraught, actually. Okay, the stuff that I know I'm never going to equip. Like, I'm going to have a pretty strict definition, or sorry, a pretty loose definition of this. So, like, I may one day need a basic reactor. I'll say it's not impossible. I'll equip this head armor at some point. But... In fact, even the regenerators, unless I have multiple excellent regenerators, I'll even hang on to those. What I'm really thinking of are, like, stabilization sensor on the left. Like, there's just... I almost never use my sidearms. And I can't see why I would give up a slot to be able to enhance my sidearm. Is that really the best I can do? Let's say, okay, basic levels of things I tend not to want. So yeah, plating, basic levels at least, I think we can go without. Now passive heat sinks I really like, so I'm definitely going to hang on to those. Very rarely use regen, so regen core seems kind of useless to me, but again, you never know. Mostly I just want to make sure that I'm retaining the ability to design interesting new mechs out of stuff that I haven't tried before, because I think that's the way to get better. Anyways, we're bringing the Sleipnir, the Lance, the Bull, and the Ray. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think that's a decent little lineup. I may need to refill my tea at some point, but no more tea till I beat the bad guys. Your experience of Phantom Brigade may not involve as much planning, Beepo the Bear. I should probably just explain that, but I do like to go in prepared. So, for those of you unfamiliar with... oh, this is neat. They're also marking Epic Game Store on the builds now. So, so that would make me feel like this is a build that's different from the one that we played on the last week. I suppose I could look at the dates and see if that's true or not, because it's the 31st and that says 18, so markers say otherwise. Okay, so for those of you unfamiliar with Phantom Brigade, it is a turn-based tactics game, but it's definitely plays out a bit differently from what you would see. Now, again, I don't want to overplay how different this is. So a very common game that this game will get compared to is Frozen Synapse. And actually, I still don't know if it's Frozen Synapse or Frozen Synapse. I've heard the game developers say Synapse, so I believe it is Frozen Synapse, but I had a bunch of people... I think this is one of the reasons why I dislike being corrected on some of this stuff, is that when I have been corrected, like somebody was really insistent that it was Synapse, and then I hear the developer say Synapse, and I'm like, well, you know, obviously it's possible for someone who's choosing a title to mispronounce a word, but... it definitely seems to be what they had in mind, so maybe I just don't like being told what to do. Anyways, it's a wonderful indie game by Mode 7. They actually made a sequel, Frozen Synapse 2, as well as a sports game called Frozen Cortex, which I have played on stream, actually. And gameplay-wise, they're actually very different. So Frozen Synapse, actually, you don't know what your opponent is going to do, which is the exact opposite of what Phantom Brigade is. But I think one of the reasons why people make the comparison so much is that one really big feature of both games is that you set up your turn, you put a lot of thought into what you want to do or what you're going to try to do, and then you get the reward of seeing the turn play out. And to me, that's a really satisfying part of playing both of these games. I think in the case of Phantom Brigade, just the quality of the art and the animation and the music, just the style behind this game is really something else. So once you start seeing these things run around the battlefield, doing their magic, it's really a sight to behold. But in any case, I think that's the reason why. So if you happen to have played that, Frozen Synapse is definitely an older choice now, but that is one that I can see why people make that comparison, even if there's always that small concern that perhaps it may not be the most direct comparison that you could make. The other comparison that I think you could make to this game would be Into the Breach, and one of the things that's nice about Into the Breach is that you get a very similar sense of planning out your turn, but you might notice that you can actually see what the enemies are doing, and this is a lot closer to what Into the Breach does. So you have foreknowledge of what's about to happen, and to a certain extent, it's a little puzzle to try and figure out how you're going to deal with what's coming after you. So basically, in the story of this game, there's an AI that's been developed that will give you certain knowledge of your enemy's intentions 5 seconds into the future. And what you're seeing here is basically their intentions. And the reason why I put a lot of emphasis on intention is that you, the player, are going to have something to say about how this turn turns out. So for instance, I've got my Sleipnir here. Let's say I just move it off to the side. Well, this unit is not going to be shooting forward anymore. They're going to be shooting... the intention is to shoot at this particular target. There's another important detail, though, which is, let's say I shoot this tank, and this is actually pretty heavy mech, so I suspect this wouldn't turn out. But like one of the things I could potentially do is shoot this tank, stop it, and so this mech that would be moving towards me might fall over the tank, and at that point, that move is not necessarily going to be completed. The enemy unit might just fall over. And so because you're going to be affecting the turn, you're not necessarily going to see these actions run through to completion because, of course, it's a game. You get to have some say in terms of what goes on. So with all of that in mind, I'm going to take the knowledge that I have and make my best decisions. Now, it looks like they're basically kind of coming after me single file, which is great as far as my loadout is concerned, but I would like to kind of protect my own unit. So we are going to hide... I mean, it is the family farm, so maybe I don't want too many items getting destroyed. Okay, so if I tried... I'm just trying to see how much of the firepower I can direct towards. Okay, so I am letting the Sleipnir get tagged a little bit by the autocannon at the edge here, but definitely not to a level that I'm worried about it. So I'm just going to wait out the rest of the shot, and then we'll sort of move into somewhere useful. Now it looks like this is also an autocannon, so I'm going to have the option of running away. Almost certainly this unit is going to be focusing on the Sleipnir, but I'm not that worried about it. Now, let's say with... Oh, can I not? Oh, that's because it's the edge of the map. All right. So what I want to do here is I want to try and make the most of the turn. So this is a big, heavy mech. It's able to do some meaningful damage. I'm a little weirded out at how... Okay. So number one, I don't seem to need to actually move as far as I thought. So let's try that again. So I don't like kind of crossing over into the next turn. Yeah, so it keeps saying out of range, but it really feels like it shouldn't be. In any case, I'm pushing over a little bit into the next turn, but I'm kind of okay with that just because we're putting a pretty heavy dent into the bad guys. So I can do a similar trick as far as the lance is concerned. In fact, this is probably overkill for the tank, but I do have a marksman which is going to want to set up. So if I just dashed to the top of the... Well, that's not going to be able to get the shot off, so... Ooh, kind of threading the needle here. Okay, well, clearly I wasn't thinking straight as far as the shotgunner's concerned. Hooray, no collisions. Okay, so what I want to do here with my marksman... Basically just want to set up to do as much damage. Okay, so that's going to hit my own unit. Okay, a little bit closer there. So this thing's got a very high concussive component to the damage. Unfortunately, it looks like that unit's kind of closes the distance on me, so I gotta move back for the second shot. That's not hard to do though, so. Okay, so it's saying here I'm shooting... Okay, so it seems to think I'm gonna hit the tank instead, but if that's true, I'm not necessarily gonna complain about it. So a bit of a weird start. I'm not super torn up about doing a lot of damage to just one mech on its own, but the thing is, I don't know how else I would have handled the mission, because it does seem like the enemy's all kind of crowded off to the side here, so it's not like it's to my advantage to move everyone over to the left. So yeah, that's done. Now it looks like I did wind up hitting one of my own with the marksman rifle. So unlucky there. All right, now this unit is... So it uses an assault rifle. So I might actually just throw up my shield to deal with that. Now, one small worry that I have is that this unit's actually going to have its shield facing me. Actually, those missiles are going to go right into the side of the farm. All right, well, they're going to have a little bit of reconstruction, I think. I wish it were otherwise, but I don't think there's much I can do to save it. Now, this is an interesting dilemma. So we've got a tank here. This is a machine gun tank. That also wants my mech, so I'm going to throw the shield up to clear it out. The thing that bothers me a little bit about this is that most of my focus is going to be on the shield, but at this point, I think we just throw as much damage as we can on this thing and hope for the best. That's going to make me overheat, so. Okay, I'm going to try and do something kind of clever here. So I'm going to, after throwing up the shield, I'm actually going to start firing at the unit behind. And essentially the understanding is that if we do wipe out this unit, the machine gun's basically going to be focusing on the unit behind them. Now, the other meaningful question is there a better place that I can put my my marksman to stop the sort of friendly fire that affected us last round? So if I move up like this, I could of course try to do some funny business with my well, you know what, this is basically the same logic we apply to the machine gun, so I'm okay with that. And perhaps counter to expectations, it seems like the enemy did not target the Sleipnir, so with that in mind, we are going to turn our attentions to the deserving. Okay, so if they do successfully fire a missile at me, I'm probably not going to be able to outrun it by this point, but I do need to get the heat taken care of, so. I don't know if there's a lot of benefit to slowing things down, but I do want to see the action. Well, okay, we'll start off slow. Okay, so looks like most of that wasn't actually on the shield. That's good news. So we definitely got banged up a bit, but that was not a bad turn for us. So this unit's going to be out of commission for the first half. Second half, they just don't do anything. So it looks like the primary effort's actually focused on the marksman. So that's an opportunity for me to move. It actually wouldn't, I don't think it would hurt for me to try and flank the tanks. And of course what I get to do from that is I can make sure that we're set up to have a better machine gun shot on this ne'er-do-well. This rapscallion. So that took a pretty healthy chunk out of our shotgun. Okay, I'm not crazy about holding stuff over to the next turn, but in this case, I think it's justified. Now, these tanks definitely seem to want the Sleipnir's blood, but I outrun them. So, what I get to do here, I could try and dash away, but that's the coward's way out. So, I believe we were able to crash a tank based off of. I think we were able to crash a tank based off of 2 volleys, which is good, because I'm pretty much going to have to vamoose as soon as the machine gun starts firing. So what we do is we start moving sort of perpendicular to the enemy. Better still, if I don't think there'll be friendly fire because they'll this tank should have already crashed. But yeah, that's basically going to be my best option, I think, for avoiding most of the damage. I'm most interested in how this turns out over here. Okay, that unit's down. That unit's crashing, so I don't need to worry about protecting myself from it. So yeah, it definitely looks like this thing. So it's, I mean, it's already crashed, but oh, interesting. It says 10%. Oh, right, because the thing's. Actually, no, I don't understand what's going on there. Let's try that again. Yeah, so there's still HP on that. So we got tagged by a couple of the machine guns, but this is the point we should start dashing away, and everything gets either absorbed by the house or we're just moving too far. You can kind of see everything is modeled inside this game, so you can actually see that if the bullets collide, they're going to do damage, but it's just spraying all over the place, so this is the advantage of dashing. This is also one of my favorite tracks on the soundtrack, so there's generally an increase in the time I spend in the combat moments whenever this track is running, or whenever this track is lined up. Okay, so you do need to manage heat in this game. So the thing that I'm a little worried about, yes, okay. So I actually need to walk to being able to threaten. Okay. I'll confess, it's an interesting dilemma. How confident am I in being able to take out this unit before it does enough damage to me? But it's an experiment I'm willing to run. And what I'm going to do here, so we'll have our dodge this moment with the tank. Well, not much else I can do about that, actually, so. Okay, so can't really hurt me. Let's see if we can get the marksman to do something a little more interesting. So I had to change that positioning a bit just because the enemy is going to be in a different place. So the only thing I don't like about this is the best spot for me to be firing would be from here, but there's no way I can make it. But again, if you look at it, they are still sort of moving right to left. Now, the angle's a little bit better, so the drift isn't quite as large, but it's still, it's enough that I sort of feel like I'm not going to be getting the most out of my weapon. but I don't have that much. Like this, oddly enough. Yeah, no, I think I'm making things up. It's again, it's more. I'm working with what I've got rather than what I want. So in this case here, I actually think I just need one volley. I'm gonna make a guess that that's all I need. I could actually be signing my Sleipnir up for some pain if I get that wrong. But I definitely want to be focusing on the other enemy, so I'm willing to take that risk for this turn. All right. Let's see if we can wrap it up this turn. So essentially the reason why I'm moving the Sleipnir the way that I am is that this pilot has. Yeah, so this pilot does not have a lot of HP left. I can't get a marker of it, but it said 10% the last time we looked. So, let's see how it works. There we go. This guy's crashing, no damage to us there. Alright, they're out of the fight. Alright, so this guy's still fighting. Looks like they want to do some damage to the shotgunners, so first thing I'm going to do with my shotgun is actually put them in an optimal range. This is kind of a reckless thing to do with a shield, because shields don't have unlimited HP. But I am going to be able to get a good angle on the enemy with the rest of my team. Ideally, we wouldn't destroy the machine gun, because that is actually something that my units use. But I mean, I'm not willing to sort of take extra damage to preserve, you know, one machine gun. Like there is some kind of proportion to this. So yeah, so there's no way that this tank is surviving the turn. Sorry about your house. All right, so once you win, the amount of salvage you get, I believe, is... Well, I know it's augmented by. I just don't know if there's I don't know if there's an alternative... I don't know if there's a set amount that you have for the mission compared to what you... compared to what you'd be getting. Yeah, I don't know. It feels like there's a base. It says it right here, I guess. Well, maybe there is a difference. Anyways, by destroying enemy units, you get more scrap, or more budget to salvage. So you can't salvage everything. You have to be a bit choosy. And the more things that are intact, the less you need to pay for them. So for instance, this Elbrus arm is only going to cost me 15 to take as something I can use, whereas taking the burst assault rifle is going to cost me 10 extra. My usual approach to this is just to take everything colored, and then there's sometimes some special... Oh, that's interesting. Take the mech frame. I guess the thing is, it didn't really... Like, if I click it... Oh, I get it. Nope. It's not letting me do that either. Oh, maybe it's because I don't have space for the extra frames. Anyways, The usual thing that I do is I'll take the commons and the rares, and then everything else I just scrap until I hit my budget. So. And it used to be that you would, you would take time to recover the scrap from the field. That doesn't really happen anymore. However, you do need to spend your repair resources repairing your mechs. So, for instance, if you're being pursued by an enemy, going into combat may be a bit risky because if you just get past the challenge by the skin of your teeth. What you may find is that you're not in a position to be able to handle the response from the enemy. Of course, then you have things like smoke and what have you, but that's another matter. Let's go on to the cache, which was our original plan, although I suspect we're going to get an event as soon as we unpause. Occupied no more. Your squad was successful. When the dust settles, your mechanic goes to collect the family and bring them back to the farm. When they arrive, the kids immediately run inside to check if any of their toys have been moved, and the farmer and her husband come to you. Thanks, she says. We have little to repay you with, but we will be sure to tell our neighbors about how much the Phantom Brigade helped us here. The husband nods. We really thought that you were just a legend the people were creating. Now, to see you in the flesh helping us, the people should know that there is hope after all. Now, I will confess, I'm not 100% sure what hope does anymore. I know hope used to be... to be honest, maybe I haven't clearly understood how hope works in general. But yeah, I definitely feel like I'm a little less sure what getting extra hope will go for you. But, I mean, who wouldn't want to help? You're the heroes in this game, right? So, it's definitely not strength. Well, sorry, not definitely. Strength is called something different, so... I don't see why it would be... Nope. Oh, I don't want to be stealthy right now. Go get him! Into the fray, the base comes alive with the sound of boots crashing against the floor. In the hangar, an engineer shouts his instructions to the crew and a pilot rushes to get changed. You keep your eyes trained on the battle console, settling yourself with a deep breath. So, I'm going to suit up. Now, I'm going to take a second here to boil some water for tea. I'm sorry to I know tea has become like just a mainstay of the stream, but it helps. I'm actually probably going to make a fresh... I tend to reuse tea bags sometimes, but I think I'm due for a refresher. So I'm just going to take a couple minutes. I know it's been a little quiet tonight, maybe because I'm actually getting started on time. But in this case here, I could use a little bit of a pick-me-up. There's been some work stuff. I've just been kind of running full speed on work for a while, and I've been trying to get a bit better with bedtimes and that, but I have found that in order to try and make up for sort of running hot at work, and still like get to bed at a decent hour, I've been trying to cram in more like during my lunch breaks and during the bit of time that I have between finishing work and starting the stream. And what I've noticed is that that's actually left me quite sort of weary in between. So I am a little happy that I've been able to get the stream started closer to the real time, but just because there's been... I guess the best I could put it to you is that, like, if you work... I mean, I work I think by any definition would be a white-collar job. So it's knowledge work. It's something where I'm thinking through stuff that doesn't necessarily have obvious answers at the, for the majority, if not the whole day. And, I mean, I'm probably better suited to that than when I was picking up heavy things and putting them down again, but it's no less tiring, right? Like, I'm sure you've all had this experience, right? When you're, whether you're studying or whether you're, you're doing any kind of sort of focused activity, you just feel tired after you've been doing it for a while. And what I've been noticing is because the break time has been taken with some of the side projects that I do, some of which will be data related, some of which will be, writing or whatever. It's just this idea of going kind of 100% mentally throughout the day. And then on a broadcasting day, I'm still trying to put that effort into, doing the commentary, playing the game, reasonably well. And that just starts to take its toll. So all of that's a really long way of saying that this is the reason why the tea breaks have become a little bit more frequent. It's also just a convenient little chance for me to maybe just, take a couple minutes once every hour or so to get a bit of a stretch. So with that, actually, you know what? I'll make this formal. So I am going to put up the break sign. Hopefully it won't be that long. But if you haven't taken a stretch yourself, maybe now is a good time to do that. I won't run ads or anything like that, but I think I'm actually going to take a second to properly stretch and just kind of clear the fuzz out. See you all in a little bit. All right, hello. Sorry, I just realized I accidentally put 2 tea bags in. So yeah, I'm sorry that was a longer break than originally intended, but sure did feel good to get a stretch in. Let me just take a quick second here. I know people like to lurk, but I just want to make sure, even if I'm talking to myself, that's fine. But I would like to make sure that I've got my encoding options and everything else set up. Yep. Just a quiet night tonight. I will say, so just to be clear, like, I definitely do not feel bad about having a quiet chat. But if you are unfamiliar with the game and you have any questions, I know I'm trying to recapture my ability to sort of explain games again. I sometimes do it better on some days than others. So if you have any questions about Phantom Brigade, if you have any sort of questions about what the game is like or why I'm doing certain actions, definitely don't hesitate to bring them up. I definitely like being able to give people an idea of whether or not this is something that they might be into. All right, so this is a raid mission. So in this case, you know, ostensibly we're supposed to be grabbing these objectives. In reality, I usually just gun everyone down because of the scrap. And I'll be honest with you, I don't have a good answer about how we get around that, right? Because, you know, the game just gives me more for taking out the enemy. And I think, again, because of the difficulty changes, basically the fact that the game changes its difficulty in accordance with the gear that you have when you clear a province, I'm not entirely sure that I'm going to be running into, unless they drastically change the forces that you'll encounter in one of these kinds of missions. It definitely feels to me like I'm probably going to wind up, like it feels like taking out the enemy is the dominant strategy if you're confident in the team that you're bringing. So with that in mind, let's say to work out objectives and enemies are spread out on this map, bring your fastest mechs. Show the guards a good fight and capture well-protected locations with our units, and we've got your back. The base will approach the combat throughout the battle so you can retreat if you need to. However, it does look like we need to sort of run forward like this. So, I've got my pilots. I guess the only question I would have here... Well, sorry, there are some upgrades potentially. So, the Sleipnir is still the 5.1, so let's just take a quick look. So the only thing that we're missing out on is the heatsink. We can easily replace that, so even though it's a lower quality arm, actually all of these are better arms. Alright, don't think I want to equip a shield on this. Basically, I need either a better sidearm or a lighter sidearm. And then the burst assault rifle. So this does do more damage, slightly less concussive, but I think I do tend to prefer the burst if I'm completely honest. So I'm actually happy to switch that out. So that's the first time we've upgraded the Sleipnir in a while. Looks like it's the Bull is the next. I'm a little more suspicious of improvements for this one. Suspicious is probably the wrong word, but basically I just don't think what we got is really gonna make that big of a difference. Now, this is an interesting one. So this thing's currently rocking heavy plating, which probably explains the difference in terms of mass. It looks like we can't switch that out. So, total protection for this one, 776 looks like. For the Ajax, we've got 731. So a difference of about 40, less of that being barrier. I don't know, like, it's kind of tempting. Some extra speed on a mech like this isn't the worst thing in the world, but it's already got 16. It's faster than some of the mechs that I actually want to be moving faster. So I'm not entirely sold on... Okay, I get an adventure of trying to figure out how I get this teabag out. any of you ever had a teabag sink? Because I just did. Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I need the mobility enough to skimp on protection. Okay, this hurricane. This is genuinely a tough one for me. So like there's an extra 50 damage, but I actually think the concussion is the secret weapon for this thing. Here's the other question. What's the heat look like? This is better at heat generation. Okay, I'm not going to equip the hurricane, but I'm going to keep that in the back of my mind as a possible improvement. I don't think I'm going to equip the shotgun. The other thing that I noticed that's interesting is the incendiary repeater. Now, I believe the reason why this is a 300 improvement on the output per volley is not that this does more damage, it's just that I don't do any of the incendiary damage. So, experimental weapon with a high rate of fire and incendiary ammunition that heats targets on contact. Attacking enemies during heat-generating actions can cause overheating damage. So I don't actually think this does that much damage on its own. But it's one of these things where you can either shut down an enemy mech or possibly just destroy it if you're vicious enough. Either way, I'm not quite sure I'm brave enough to equip this thing. Looks like there's some good shotguns in my loadout, and I'm wondering where they came from. Anyways, nothing for the bull. Again, that's not entirely surprising. So for the rest of these, we should jump through pretty quickly. Yeah, I'm not feeling... Oh, that's right. Actually, we should bring the wind on the next one because we never got to test whether or not the new loadout works. So Lance is a pretty unique one. I don't think we're going to see that much in terms of improvements for it. I don't see how this Ajax would be an improvement. Well... yeah, it's the same story, really. We just give up some barrier, but... we already checked the arms. Okay. So I guess it was the Ray was the last one that I had to check out. So yeah, more armor, but at the cost of... the cost of mass, so I'm fine with that. So now I have a little bit to think about. So actually, I'm going to try something. So this is probably not the smartest thing for me to do, given the fact that we've got looks like 9 enemies. I think I'm actually going to switch out the lance this time. So it means that I don't have anything to sort of stand and protect. The bull is about as close as I'm going to get to that. But this is definitely the most aggressive lineup that I can field with the mechs that I currently have available. Part of that's going to be about taking objectives, but there's a couple of other ideas behind that as well. Now, if it turns out that the wind can't do the sort of melee action that I'm hoping it does, it's going to make for a really interesting fight. Command of the base is circled around the perimeter. We're ready to pick the squad up if needed. The enemy will hold the site if you do. Okay, so this is my marksman. Looks like they're starting by firing rockets at them. So I got a couple of ideas about how to handle that. Number one, we will start with... let me just make sure that that works. Yep. Okay, so I'm only going to do one shot with my... I'm only going to do one shot with my marksman rifle because this unit... it's an autocannon, so I shouldn't actually worry that much about it, but... so there's 2 options that I have. So one thing I want to do immediately afterwards is use my sort of jetpack to... or thruster to beat a hasty retreat, so if I do that... I have a feeling... yeah, you know what? I don't need don't need to get that clever about it. We'll put more things between me and the enemy. All right. Sleipnir also seems like someone who could probably hop up somewhere. So I don't think anybody's targeting the... Oh, that's not entirely true. So this unit has got a shotgun. Not really a threat to us, so I think we're just going to stand on the bridge and cause our enemies some trouble. The big question is, who do I want to be targeting? So let's start with the tank. Maybe the other thing I should be doing is taking a look at what I'm actually up against. So we've got 2 shotgun tanks, 3 shotgun tanks. Okay, that's got a machine gun. That's something I'm going to need to worry about. Autocannon, and then as far as the enemy mechs are concerned, we've got a heavy launcher, a shotgun and a compact launcher, another shotgun and a compact launcher, and a heavy launcher. Okay. This is not going to be the easiest fight, but we can manage. So one thing I'm definitely going to want to do, though, is I want to take out these... I definitely want to take out these shotguns, or sorry, these shotgun tanks before they can cause me trouble. So one thing that is kind of nice about my position here is... So I'm using the thrusters to get up on the ledge. Under ideal circumstances, I wouldn't sort of be doing this dance, but it's a way that I can sort of adjust my heat without... it's a way I can adjust my heat without giving up action. So my alternative here is going to be... Does that actually work? Yeah, it looks pretty good to me. More importantly, we are not frying our cockpit. I can't do like two melee attacks like that in a row, but I'm feeling pretty good about where we're standing here. The only other thing that I'm a little worried about is I don't quite know if I'm going to be using the if I'm going to be using my melee unit this way. It means that I can fire my machine gun. Like, my machine gun will be firing relatively late, and I've got a pretty meaningful attack coming after me. So that's 562. It may be that my best option is just to throw up the shield and prepare for what's coming. I really don't like doing those kinds of choices, though. So I guess the other thing I could try and do is like walk up like this. Now, if I were to just try and shoot the enemy from under the bridge, that might actually work. All right, it's kind of a one in a million, but let's actually see how that turns out. So I just want to double check that nobody's obviously smashing into each other. Okay. That's a thing of beauty there. Okay, so it looks like these things are actually going to be on track. Oh, maybe not. So that's, they're half pilot HP there already. So probably shouldn't have done that rocket move anyway. Looks like my marksman's going to have the worst of it on the missiles, though. Although I'm not too worried about it in the grand scheme of things because a sidearm is not as threatening as the heavy launcher on its own. We'll see where it all goes, though. So, there's a side of me that wants to dash my way out of this, but I believe I spend a couple seconds building up the dash. I mean, maybe it's worth trying. Doesn't look like anybody's really coming after me, so I'm going to set up here. Part of that's just because this is one of the harder areas to reach, and it still gives me access. I'm still able to do a marksman shot on the other end, so I'm probably going to get the worst of it as far as the missiles are concerned, but yeah, it is what it is. I'm going to also double down on my... Oh, okay. I'm curious if I can get away with the same trick or not. Probably better not to tempt fate. Okay, that's definitely not the thing that I want to target. It's probably a little close. This isn't the right call. Okay, so let's see if we can give my... So this unit's focusing on this this target. So what I want to do in return, I want to try and give him a hand as far as like dealing damage to the enemy. In fact, if I can start with a sidearm, yeah, the sidearm's probably the better one to fire with. Okay, that clearly doesn't work. So the other ideal is to... It's really debatable as to whether or not that's actually a good use of my heat or not. Yeah, again, I'm trying to help my ally here, but at this point the missiles have already fired when I'm doing my primary damage. It is what it is, though. So we'll finish the shot, and... Okay, not much else we can do that turn. So that's 2 of the units taken care of. 3 of the units taken care of. So the big question is, what do I do with my melee unit afterwards? Now, the one thing I can try and do is just come out swinging. That doesn't work heat-wise, so... this unit's coming after me with a shotgun. Okay. On that note, then, this is actually one of those rare occasions where coming out swinging potentially minimizes the damage. So, yeah, there's a big heat penalty I'm going to pay for that, but we'll watch the effects as they unfold. So they're getting ready to fire the shotgun. It's an effort to minimize the damage I take from the shotgun. I noticed that we're not really taking out the mechs anymore, though. Okay, so definitely the missiles are going to be a problem for this one. Got lucky as far as this marksman's concerned, though. Or as far as the marksman's concerned. So hopefully that was worth it, because... Oh, this guy's ejecting. I should have paid attention. Actually, looks like I got quite lucky as far as the barrier is concerned. That's a really big slip up that I failed to notice that they were ejecting, because that's essentially all the damage that I try to do to them past this point. At best, it's wasted. At worst, it's actually denying me scrap that I can use later. Case in point. So pretty meaningful damage on this unit, 206, but I'm still going to argue that that is better than what could have happened. Full shotguns, 821. Okay, so in a perfect world, the melee unit stays put and collects the goodies. That's not happening, though. So what I'm going to do as an alternative, I'm going to stay put. Question is, can I stand being hit by the autocannon for that long? I don't think I can. Like, I really want to make it happen, but I have to make sure I hit them by... So I've got a window between 0.6 to 1.5. Okay, so the actual impact happens at 1 point... Yeah, let's see, too long. This is a tough one to measure out. Okay, same problem. So if I just come out on... That's our apparently impact at the 1 second mark. Is that too... Yeah, I don't... Okay, I mean, it's close enough. Feel a little gross doing it, but... This is really... This is me really pushing it, but... I want to see if... So again, this is tremendously careless as far as my heat is concerned, but if I can take another hit at this berserker before they can do damage to my marksman, so much the better, right? So I'm actually going to stay put. Oh man, I can't believe I get away with that. It may not actually be necessary for me to do that other shot, but... This is like a 1 in a million, but I think it's still worth taking. Okay, so in principle, we should still be able to achieve our objectives there. They're going to be using their sidearm on me at this point, so maybe I can try and get a better... It's pretty clear that I'm going to focus on... It's pretty clear I'm going to focus on the enemies on this side of the map before I move anywhere else. So I guess the remaining question is, what do I do with the Sleipnir? The Sleipnir is kind of holed up by the machine gun and the shotgun mech. So because it's machine gun and shotgun, I definitely want to make sure I keep moving, ideally out of range of the machine gun, because that thing can actually do some damage. Okay, looks so, well, okay, it's not my favorite angle, but okay, that's clearly not going to work. I can do kind of a Hail Mary on the other side here, but I think I'm more or less out of commission for the rest of this turn. Sorry, I'm getting a lot of... Huh. getting a lot of news alerts, which are doing a very good job of distracting me, but... Okay. I am potentially signing my units up for quite a bit of damage here, but we're also able to achieve the objectives very quickly this way, so this is sort of a calculated risk that I'm taking. I think it's worth it in the grand scheme of things, but let's see. Blue on blue! Oh, this is a disaster. Stop, stop, for the love of God! We still have the... Oh! Alright, this is really bad. So I wasn't under the impression we'd be able to take out that... so we did actually take out the side of the vehicle, but it doesn't seem to be counting the crash. But we are in serious danger of losing our legs. Meanwhile... Oh, yeah, we lost our lower body. Not good. I think the best honestly, the best option here is to take out the heavy launcher and recover our people that way. So one small drawback with the replay system is that you don't get to see exactly what damaged your unit. So for instance, I do want to see what happened here. So like this was pretty careless as far as the ally was concerned. And it almost looks like we crashed into the target when we lost our legs there. But either way, we have the upper hand. So you know, even though we've definitely experienced some. Actually, I'm curious if I just should stand and. Well, I don't know. I can get a better shot if I. Oh yeah, that's definitely a better shot. So this mech does my job for me, basically. Right, so this thing's not fresh, so I'm assuming that I'm able to take it out in the 2 shots. If we're not, then I'm going to take unnecessary damage. But Sleipnir's going to be on its way to take out this unit. We did achieve our objective, which is good. Sidearm is targeting the marksman. Okay, I have some trepidation at... Well, if I'm going to use the rifle, let's use it at a proper distance. So, something like that, maybe? I'm a little worried in terms of what that might do to my ally, but... So one of the things I can try and do to angle things in my favor is to stay close to the terrain where I can. In fact, it seems like there's not much of a chance. Yeah, it doesn't seem like there's much of a chance for me to do an attack this turn, but this does give me a good range on this fresh heavy launcher. Okay, that's everyone accounted for. So I'm curious how this one's going to turn out, because if this missile doesn't hit the side of the hill, this will actually sting. Good. So one of the catches here is that because I lost my legs, I'm actually going to have to pay back some of that scrap that I'm earning from destroying everything in order to recover my part. Now that's still worth it, but okay, that's all going into the tank, it looks like. We're recovering a little of it, but I'm really trying to go for the concussive damage here. Look out! He's behind you! Okay, so that is not hitting its ally like I thought it would. And we are almost unconscious. Actually, I think you can lose your pilot that way now, so I definitely need to take this a lot more seriously. Fortunately, I've got a pretty strong shield to help carry me through. Alright, so yeah, they're definitely going hard on this guy. So first thing I can do is throw up my shield. Second, I can run around the side of the hill. I think this is actually going to be a tough call whether or not I make it. So we're going to redirect the Sleipnir to aid a friend in need. I don't have a huge window of opportunity. I've got maybe one more of these before I need to dash. Yeah, that doesn't work. Okay, here's what I'm going to do instead. So we will wait it out. Dash to... So part of that's just about avoiding whatever missiles headed to me that way. Now, what's going on with this unit? So it's not actually doing anything this turn. It may just try limping off, but that's kind of wishful thinking on my part. So let's see if we can do anything with my... So the one thing I can do with my melee unit, again, it moves very slowly. I was thinking one thing I could maybe try would be a melee attack like this, but that's actually going to cross into the next turn, which means this unit might turn around with its shotgun. So I actually have very limited options as far as this unit's concerned, but I'm not out of the game yet. So even as we're limping by, I can use my sidearm to harass the enemy. It's not a lot, but it's some damage that I can do over the course of the turn, so... Okay. So, I mean, a lot of this is just built on the assumption that this unit actually survives. So I think I'm quite content to just leave it behind the hill for as long as necessary. And only other thing I'll look at. So given the fact that they're basically well, I mean, not completely ignoring. There's obviously a missile on its way, and they are... That's 248. I think I can eat that. Now that doesn't work for me, actually, so... I really don't like that I'm doing this shot this way, but it's because they're turning around and firing. So... that's the start. I think I might be able to get one more of those off. Yeah. Not ideal, but... Alright, let's see where it goes. Clearly this is where the magic's happening. Okay, shield does seem to protect you from any concussive damage, so we have... Well, not exactly, but yeah, we've avoided the worst of it, so... It looks like that rocket did a pretty respectable amount of damage, and it also looks like I crashed over something, so if we were relying on our ally to save us, that would have been a bad, bad call. Oh, that's a thing of beauty. So we just won off of that. There's a little bit of finessing to do on this end here, but this was the big threat to me. Actually, that's a pretty respectable bit of damage we did on that unit as well. Man, they are really going hard with that secondary weapon. Okay, well, what we're going to do, we move at about the same pace as they do, so maybe what we can try... I think that's just a recipe for me burning up some more, so maybe we just... God, it's so dumb that I'm doing it this way, but yeah, we're just going to hit them with another... Nope, maybe not. Okay, we'll just track... Okay, nope, I'll just track them and hit him with the sidearm for as long as I can then. Okay, we're running hot. I think my best option is just to walk off some of the heat where I can't... Wait a minute. This unit's going to be ejecting. There's no advantage to me pursuing them. So, my option actually should be to reply to the unit firing on me. So again, it's marksman, so it's a little more accommodating for... a little more accommodating as far as enemy... as far as movement is concerned, but you really don't want to be moving around with these precision weapons, so... Now, there is a rocket coming after me, and what have we got here? So yeah, it does look like all the attention is still on this unit. It makes sense, right? Because there's just so little HP left. So what I'm going to do is the Sleipnir has finished its nap, so... Excuse me. I'm going to dash to try and avoid the rocket. Now, this isn't the best position for me to be in as far as doing damage is concerned, so... Excuse me. This is a weird way of doing it, but this is kind of my follow-up for, like, aiming at the target I actually want. Now, the one bit of good news is that it doesn't actually seem like the enemy's doing all that much to lock this, like, they're locking this unit down in the sense that I can't really move them anywhere else, but the actions that they're taking are built entirely around this unit moving outside, and I control that. So, yeah, I mean, the rest of this is really just cleanup, but let's see how it turns out. Okay, they're down. That missile has no idea where it wants to go. Okay, so it looks like the attention's on the Sleipnir now. So that's going to give me an opportunity. So I definitely do not want to be hanging around. I definitely don't want to be hanging around at the end. Well, you only YOLO once. Actually, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep the Sleipnir around the corner. So the idea is I'll have the option of creeping around the edge and taking out the tank. Now, I don't actually see any of the missiles that are threatening us, so I'm going to change the angle. I think I'm only going to be able to get one, well, one and a bit. Okay, slow. The Sleipnir looks like they actually want, yeah, looks like they're firing the shotgun pretty much immediately, so I am going to do sort of this fighting retreat. So the idea here is that if I just run away, I'm turning my back to a pretty heavy damage weapon. That's 950 damage on its own. Whereas if I'm firing, even though it generates some heat damage, I'm facing forward. So again, like there is a considerable amount of damage that I'm taking off of this, but this is really just an effort to try and direct what's coming after me. This may actually prove to be a very, very bad choice. But I want to try and do something to minimize the impact that this is going to have. Because again, they could also just concuss my pilot, and then I'm in serious trouble as well. So let's see how it goes. So we'll see how much damage that takes. 48's not that bad. Okay, yeah, that was. So again, we pay for that in heat, but 223 in terms of heat. That's considerable. There we go. So definitely a lot more trouble than I thought it was going to be. But I have recovered my missing items. Oh, sorry. These I got from the site. This is me recovering my legs for the wind. So that's 25 of my salvage has been dedicated to recovering something that I lost due to poor tactical choices. We're at 150, so I really only. Oh, okay. So this is one of the drawbacks. If I go for all the uncommon and rares, I'm still well over the limit. So this is one of those points where sacrificing some of the damage stuff tends to make the most sense. So as much as I'd like, for instance, there's hydraulics on these. Now, admittedly they're basic hydraulics, but these are not bad calls for leaving behind. Now this Elbrus I'm a little bit more willing to keep in the pool because it's only 15. If I'm really struggling to try and make the space, then I'm willing to sort of downgrade or even eliminate this. But I'm pretty sure there's going to be some other things that we can do to try and balance these out. So, for instance, I'm not opposed to like Asgard level 9. These are not bad. There'll probably be a couple of upgrades for my existing units. But one way of thinking about this is like, okay, well, what's the one unit that I'm going to put an Asgard arm on? Well, chances are that's going to be the unit that I didn't bring this time around. It's really the only one that I'm worried about having some of that heavy armor with. But the other thing you might notice on those ones are that their shield arms actually tend to put a pretty skinny arm on, just because it happens to be a way that I can economize on the weight-to-power ratio. Essentially, the most protected part of the mech, in my view, does not require special attention. Now, there's a cost to that, because if somebody can successfully take out the left arm, it's actually really, really effective in terms of minimizing the kind of damage absorption I have. Like if you take out that weak arm, then you also take out the shield that it's supporting. But so far I've been able to avoid that. So in any case, looking at these two, this one has got more integrity and a passive heatsink, whereas this one just has a range sensor. So in this case, we'll leave that one behind. So we need to find 10 more. Need to find 10 more in terms of scrap to give up. So yeah, I mean, we're back to the question. I mean, it's level 7 Elbrus. That's still probably an upgrade for us. So we've got this Asgard arm, level 9. This Asgard arm, level 8, 557 with a range sensor versus 662. This thing's 1740. So even though it's rare, yeah, it's a bit of a shame to do that, but arguably this is the better arm when it's equipped with the heatsink, so. Okay, so we definitely have some repairs that we need to do. Okay, so I'm actually going to go to... nope, stealth doesn't help me. I'm actually going to go out of the range of the vehicle, or the... I want to go out of detection range for a little bit. Just let my people heal up. I may need to run quiet for a little bit. It's a little close for comfort, so... Unfortunately, we can't repair while we're in this state, so... Okay, back to cruise. Okay. So now we're properly ready to go for the cache. The way I normally like to do this is we wait till we're in that range. Okay, now it's unavoidable. Now we go in. So this is one nice thing about the game, by the way. So, you know, I've been playing since I'm pretty sure since the first publicly available sort of beta / demo of it. But I guess it's still technically beta if early access is beta. But the overworld has definitely been getting quite a bit of attention. And one really nice way that that's manifested itself. So one is the kind of the contest the province mechanic. Now, I'll be honest with you. I'm at a point now where I really am having some difficulty trying to think of a situation where I wouldn't want to immediately contest the province when I enter it. But there may be some future plans that I'm not accounting for inside of that. But one thing I have kind of liked is that I do feel there's a bit more going on as far as the, you know, like run stealthily or, you know, charge in. Like there have been patrols. There have been some situations where I'm like, oh, I actually don't want to get caught doing this. And so I'm in a situation where I wind up sort of messing around a little bit more with the, you know, basically where I wind up trying to, you know, to avoid the enemies, or I start, you know, trying to navigate in between those sensor arrays and such. So I have a feeling like probably there's more of that coming. Which I'll be happy about, because as I mentioned, there's a couple of times where I look at some things and I'm like, well, I'm not 100% sure why I would want to do it this way as opposed to, you know, there are definitely some times where I'm like, okay, well, this feels like a dominant strategy. Why don't I just focus on, you know, this? Like a good example would just be that last mission where like it seems like the aim is to take out the objectives. But again, because my scrap gets so much higher, again, and normally for those missions, I don't wind up losing my parts. But yeah, because there's an advantage, you get more scrap, which is valuable to you by taking out enemy units. To me, it's sometimes hard to explain why you would ever want to. It's hard for me to explain why you would ever want to like do the objective and run away. And again, I'm assuming that what should be driving that is a power difference, but I haven't quite felt the power difference. Maybe I'm just so good that no. In this case here, I tend to feel that the challenge, like the challenges that are brought to me are fair. They are ones where if I get careless, hey, Tikri, really good to see you. It's been a bit quiet tonight, so it's always nice to see a friendly face. I think you were broadcasting today, but I hope it went well. I may actually be doing a small tea break, because now that I had 2 tea bags unintentionally, I feel like I should be making the most of them. But yeah, anyways, I'm really making a meal out of this overworld stuff. So one of the things I'm kind of hoping for as far as the overworld is concerned, that there may be some cases where you do actually want to do something and get something very valuable, and it's a case where you actually do feel threatened by the enemy presence there, and so it is kind of this nail biter as to whether or not you're able to get the gear and run out. But I don't know. We'll see how it goes. I wouldn't be mad if the game was set up the way that, like, if the final version reflected the way that the game is right now in those missions, I wouldn't feel terribly hard done by. The only thing that I would, like, you've seen the way that I handle them, which is where it does feel like it's supposed to be something where I'm being a little bit more sneaky. Essentially, I turn them into a straight up fight. And I guess in that case, I just sort of feel like I might be running counter to the intentions of the missions in those cases. And you finished a whole level in co-op Portal 2. I remember doing that with Cheeseness on my birthday. So I forgot how enjoyable that was. I hope you had as much fun as I did with it. Okay, we'll suit up. If I do go for more tea, I will do so. Oh wow, we're right back to 100. No, that can't be right. It was 0 that was. Yeah, there we go. 0's shaken up. So. Bring Kilo back in. So I'm trying to think of a loadout. It's break in, ambush a guarded structure, and capture it before reinforcements are called. Press the advantage and overcome the challenge for a high payoff. Show the guards a good fight and capture well-protected locations with our units, and we've got your back. The base will approach. Okay. Let's try this loadout again. I'm denying myself the shotgun, but you're also happy when it was over. So why is this so much lighter? Ah, the hollow plating. Well, at least for this Elbrus. So what I'm going to do here is I'll strip the hollow plating. Nope, this thing's still too heavy. Okay, it's because of the composite trait. Fair enough. I mean, again, we want the Sleipnir to be a fast mover, so the Asgard's probably too heavy for me. This Nox is tempting, though. So it's passive heatsink that's being exchanged for hydraulics. I may be able to make something more out of this, so let's ditch the passive heatsink. I'm going to give this a shot. Well, that's the best we've got. I mean, I really do not need to make this thing any lighter, but... Also, I should have done this in a slightly... I should do this in a slightly different order, because the Sleipnir is actually already one of my best mechs. But yeah, I'm going to run with that for now. I may want to change the subsystem, but let's see what we can make happen with this. Now, I definitely feel like the Bull... Well, actually no, because I'm not worried about making it a big heavy one, I probably don't have that many upgrades for it. So similar story with this Elbrus, and I guess it's because of this composite armor really doesn't cover it. Okay. So, for the right arm, the Asgard, yeah, as far as mass is concerned, I don't really want it, but we did give up the Elbrus that was on the, Sleipnir, so, well, yeah, apparently the one I'm working with is actually pretty good. Unless there's a better shield, it doesn't matter, and... I think we'll just stick with the machine guns that I've got. Okay. The wind. Surely the arm... Okay, as always, want to see if dropping the hollowed plating will help me out. Nope. Yeah, so everything gives up mass for this. It's a beautiful sword I've got, but it's a costly one. Now that SMG actually really helped us out, so I definitely don't want to mess with that. But yeah, and honestly, there are a few melee weapons that I think are going to do as well as the Arcturus. It's a tough one for me to make work, but when I can hit with this thing, it really earns its keep. So I guess it's the Ray and the Lance that we have to work with. So this is the one that I was getting the Asgard for. So looks like this is actually very similar to what we had before. Plated to... Yeah, interesting. Okay, so we are going to do the same thing that we did before. So we're going to ditch the... old loadout. We'll bring the new... Oh, surely I can... I hope it was the overdrive. It's too late if I've forgotten. Oh, I've forgotten how to... Oh, no! I definitely know it was side steps. I'm pretty sure it was an overdrive core we were running in this thing. Head armor. 522, 182. Yeah, fair enough. Okay, so I can give it a passive heatsink. I can give it a capacitor. No. I think it's the heatsink is the right call. Okay. So we give up the sensor, but I think I can live with that. Did I forget to equip? Oh, that's shameful if I did. Okay, let's make that to apples and apples then. Right, okay, so we give up a little bit of... We give up a little bit of dissipation, but I actually think I still prefer the... Mind you, it'd be nice if I got my goodies back. Yeah, so this is the one that gives me the most. Left slot, unless we have a better shield, that's not happening. And we did get some better shotguns, though, so let's take a second. I'm probably not going to bring this on the mission, but it doesn't hurt to take a peek. Ah, I did not realize that we had a new melee weapon. I don't think that's going to replace... Yeah, I don't see how that can replace my existing blade. Okay. I think this is enough of an improvement that I'm willing to change it up. Okay. Clearly we need more style. Okay. Looking good for the lance. How you doing, Irrepressible? That's actually been on there for a couple of streams, but I think you're the first one to have pointed it out. I don't know if I actually even count as that anymore. I feel like the Cultist Simulator videos are a little bit better for that classification, but I couldn't resist when the opportunity came up. Okay, so let's see if I can do better. I think this is just going to be the same story where, well, yeah, it's not as bad as the others. Actually, the real comparison would be... You know what? I'm actually going to give this a try. Ooh, look at that 18. I think I messed something up, but I'm going to take that. How much for microphone licks? I didn't put a lot of thought into this. How much you got? Yeah, so I actually wasn't expecting that positive of a response. Okay, sorry for the mech, not for the, not for the joke. So let's see. I want to try and make the most. Let's say that 444 is my standard here. So we get 106. Yeah, not much we can change there. Do I even want to try different arms? Let's take a look. Nope, wasn't even worth looking. I'm assuming it's the same for the right, but... I don't want to change the sidearm. And I don't see any better sniper rifles. Okay, that was pretty easy. Let's work with what we've got there, and we will keep the old team together. Again, I'm just going to take a minute here, make sure we're at full health. Yep. This just makes you want to play more in-depth Steed Force Hobby Studio. So my understanding is that Steed Force Hobby Studio was actually sort of some tech that they were working on for a proper... Oh, this is another good song. So yeah, I believe the intention was that it was going to be a painting part of a full strategy game that they did. Hang on. Is there a hole in the world? I mean, come on. The game's literally ruined. Now I kind of want to see what happens if I move a unit onto it. But yeah, so apparently Steed Force Hobby Studio was intended to be part of a strategy game that was actually going to allow you to paint your figures. And it definitely feels like Last Call BBS was sort of Zachtronic's opportunity to sort of do all the things that maybe they'd had plans for but hadn't put into a full, or couldn't quite make into a full game. So I'm really happy that they did. I will confess, I'm maybe a little disappointed it's only 3 models to paint, because there's certainly more that you can do. But it's still a lot of fun with the 3. Okay, so it's really hard for me to justify going for the target, because, like, first of all, there's nothing these guys can do to us. The worst is just having to deal with the missile, right? But that's, you know, it is what it is. I'm already going to be moving this unit through the environment anyway, so... Although it does look like everybody really hates the melee unit. Okay, so... Oh no, they're going after the Sleipnir. Okay, that actually... Wait. Marksman. That does give me some opportunities, so... Everybody's going to be dashing everywhere at the start of the turn, but... I don't think this is actually an ideal range, but it's fun to do. Actually, I might be able to get away with... So this thing's got some range on it, but I'm not that worried about it. The bigger deal is that I'm actually able to sort of let her rip on this unit. Okay. The rest of the turn's really just me trying to get my units into position. Ideally in a way that doesn't make me... I don't want to get caught in a crossfire. So like one danger I have by moving my Sleipnir this way would be... the machine gunner may not be that big of a threat at the time, but there are 2 tanks with shotguns. So generally you do not go in... You don't go into a short-range fight with a shotgun unless you have a plan. Oof. Well, it's better to take out that tank than wait, I suppose. Okay, let's see what we can do with my melee unit. This strikes me as a friendly fire incident waiting to happen, so let's go... So this is the drawback about running with the sidestep. There's a possibility here, though. Or not. So the big problem with this is the shotgunner is almost certainly going to take out my melee unit next turn, but it's the best I've got, especially because I've got missiles coming after this, the melee unit. So we'll see how the turn turns out. What I do want to see though is the starting leap. I think this will look pretty good. That's promising. Machine gun doesn't seem to have done that much, but let's see what the melee will do. Okay, they're out of the match. So they've only got a shield to contribute, so they'll vamoose. Okay, so as anticipated, they're gonna go after the Sleipnir next. So problem is if I move here, yes, there's protection from this wall, but I trip over the tank. Ugh. Well, I think the best we can do at this point is hope. Possibilities here though, so... So the problem is that at the back end of this, they're going to be able to target the melee unit again. But it does mean that we're going to be able to position ourselves. Like, basically, I get to set up for the next round. So let's try and make it so that it's somewhat safe. Trying to make it somewhat safe for my ally next turn. So... as fun as that was to set my people up in sniping positions, that really was not very forward thinking for this turn. The reason I did that was just so I could see. So I'm gonna have to kind of eyeball it as far as the range is concerned, but it's reasonably solid in there. So a lot of this is just about trying to minimize the retaliation against the melee unit. So, in a perfect world, I'd target this tank with the machine gun. The question is whether or not I can actually get the range that I need to be able to deliver. Oh! That is a darn shame that that unit's in the way. Okay. Well, again, I could try and act in a way that makes me say, oh, wouldn't it be so much better if the world was something other than what it actually is? I think I'm just gonna sit here and be back up for the next turn. Okay, good. So protection here wasn't as necessary. Okay, so they're out completely. That's not as impressive as I thought it was going to be. So they're not going after me here. That's really good, actually. So I'm wondering if there's something about the fact that this is a heavy that makes that melee unit a bit less fearsome. So in this case, I need to have a little bit of a sense of self-preservation so far as the Sleipnir and the tank is concerned. So good news is this thing does a pretty respectable amount of damage. Concussive damage. And then I get the added bonus of being able to sort of work around this side. So just gotta make sure that I don't there's a little heat damage, but what happens if I wait it out a little bit? So the question is, can I finish this round with the machine gun before the melee unit comes back for seconds? And the answer is yes. So the remaining question is, what do I do with my marksman? This is a tight window where all this is going to work, so I'll start. I think that's a great recipe for more friendly fire, and we know what happened the last time I did that, so... yeah. I'm taking kind of a chance on this second one that there's going to be some time for the bullet to travel. That's really the only theory under which I'm avoiding friendly fire, but it'll be fun to watch. So yeah, sorry for the fixed camera positions, but I think for this one, it's the activity has been pretty localized, so let's see how it works. Okay. I am a little surprised. Generally, right arms do not get destroyed in one go. I'm going to assume that this was some kind of a crashing event. But given the fact I was just completing a melee attack, I'm pretty salty about that. Oh no! And we can... oh, this is a disaster! That's both arms from the fact that I was crashing in the crossfire. Yeah, I don't really know how to feel about that. Obviously, like, it happens, right? I can see I can see a certain logic behind that counting as a crash, but I just don't know. I guess the biggest like, this is not the first time something like that's happened. I guess the biggest problem I personally run into is how do I reasonably prevent some, like, how do I continue to have a melee unit in on my team and prevent that sort of thing from happening? Because, like, that in that particular case, that was a mistake that cost me 2 parts, not just the one. And it's not like I made a conscious choice to risk the pilot that way. That was a move that was going to happen regardless of whether or not I came back with the melee attack. Anyway, they're ejecting, so we will finish the turn and deal with the consequences. Oh, okay. Looks like it's gonna force me to... Yeah, I'm a little surprised by this. I wonder if there's like a second half to this, maybe. Great work, Commander. Salvage crews are on their way to discover the contents of this cache. Alright. Extract to the highlighted location and click retreat to exit combat. Alternatively, stay and eliminate hostiles. Well, again, we've... so, cache secured and all hostiles eliminated. Execute to proceed. Okay, fair enough. That felt a little strange, I'll confess. It might be that this is one of the new mission types that they were talking about. And I may also just feel a little more nervous about this one because of that that glitch in the map that I saw. Actually, I can't remember if I don't even remember how to bring up the debugger anymore. They changed the hotkeys. I should probably report this, so... sorry, just give me a quick second here. I'm gonna go hop on the Brace Yourself forum and see if I can find... Alt B. There we go. I was going to talk about the losing the arm, but I think it's pretty clear why that happened, and that's more of a like a feedback rather than a bug thing. Okay. I don't know if this means we've outright lost whiskey. I guess we'll find out. But 100 of the scrap is actually spent recovering all the parts. It's not even really worth it to scrap anything at this point. So costly mission. Let's take a quick look at my pilots. Yeah, so Whiskey is shaken, lightly injured, but otherwise alive. So I'm not gonna complain about that too loudly. Locked up tight, you arrive at the marked location. You send a pilot to scout the place out. No sign of anyone, he says when he gets back. The building is just up ahead, but it's locked. Looked like it was wired up with some kind of alarm. How do you want to deal with it? So we can use force. It'll take some time, but it'll stop the alarm. We can use tools. It'll be quick and risk-free, but you'll lose some supplies. We could leave. We could use explosives. We haven't found a bomb. And we could break the alarm, kick the door down, and deal with them as they come. I'm going to be repairing my mechs anyway, so we will use force. Now, I am paused. I don't have that much time left on the broadcast, but I do actually feel a little groggy. So, and I didn't... I actually really like the idea of taking a break like once an hour. So I am actually going to take another small tea break. I don't think it'll be as long as the last one because I did use quite a bit of water and I should be able to... It should be warm enough. But this is a time where if you've not gotten up and stretched and in other ways taken care of yourself, now would be a good time to do that. Because I'm going to try and do at least one more mission before we finish up for tonight. So, I'll see you all in a little bit. I appreciate your patience, but I don't know, at least I'm not running ads. I don't know how to sell this to you, but I'll be back as soon as I can. See you in a little bit. All right. Once again, thank you for... Oh, God. Should probably sit down first. All right. Thank you once again for your patience. So, I'm going to be making a move when I can. So I'll try and do one more battle before we wrap up for tonight. But I did have a couple questions for you. So, thank you very much, Decree. So one question I'll have is... based on the limited time that we'll have together, I didn't really do as much of the housekeeping as I normally do at the start. So I'm a little curious if you're there's two sets. So there's personal stuff. So I've started a new book. It's actually a new book that's totally due in 3 days, so I'm gonna have a little trouble with it. But there's actually a couple bits of game industry news that I'm interested in. Or would you like me just to focus on the battles, and I can save the commentary and chit chat for another time? I'm happy with whatever, but if you guys would like to chat, I've kind of geared myself this time around for a little bit more of focusing on the game itself. But now that there's a little bit more back and forth inside a chat, I'd be happy to discuss some of the happenings. In fact, if we want to cover it, I don't mind adding a little bit of extra time at the end where maybe I wouldn't be doing a battle, but we could just have a bit of a debrief before we host. But anyways, let me know how you feel about that. Unlocked. Now that the location is unlocked, you can salvage whatever is inside. You approach the treasures with caution, but the coast seems to be clear for now. What do you think we should do, boss? One of your pilots says. Looks pretty juicy. Salvage. You can dispatch a salvage team to the site and recover any usable parts and supplies. POW. You can move a POW for us to a more secure location. We will even pay you for the trouble. Okay, now this seems... I guess this was... Okay. Oh, interesting. I can't bring up the report? No. All right. Yes, move them to a more secure location. Like to hear the things I'm interested in? Cool. I mean, I'm interested in lots of things, but... so first of all, I've been very slowly reading fiction again. Figure short stories are probably not a bad place to go. I actually tend to like longer stuff. Neil Stephenson... we've talked about Neil Stephenson before, so... it's kind of hard to think of better examples of what my natural inclination is. But because I have so much catching up to do just in terms of fiction, also, you know, as much as I hate to admit it, just getting reacquainted with the practice of reading fiction again. You know, I don't actually think it would be bad for me to do some more shorts. So I've got a collection of David Langford stories that I've been really enjoying. I picked up David Langford originally because of his story, BLIT. It's the concept of a basilisk. I kind of explained it poorly before, but like basically these are stories where the idea is that there is a researcher who is very sure that basically, so like the science behind, or well, the logic and the reasoning behind this is actually pretty interesting. For those of you... See, the thing that's crazy about this is that it's actually not that hard to explain this. Like, I'll put it to you this way. This thing feels like it should be harder to explain mathematically than it is, and yet explaining it to people in layperson's term is sometimes a little odd. Okay, you know what? It's probably better for me to just hold on, just keep it on the surface level. That's not that's a statement about me not being able to explain this thing very well. Not a like I need to dumb it down for you all. It's more I actually can't think of a good way to explain this. But basically, there's an idea that a researcher has discovered that there are images that the brain simply cannot process, that effectively looking upon these images causes the brain to crash effectively. These images have made their way out into the world, and that effectively terrorist groups are using them to sow chaos. So the original short story is essentially about a white supremacist, basically, who is stenciling this thing in minority neighborhoods. But there were actually follow-up stories as well. So there's one which is set up as sort of like a news group, sort of like an email chain almost, and it's sort of talking about how... Well, it's not exactly talking about, but basically it gives an indication in terms of how the world has changed. So like TV is not a thing anymore. The internet does not display images anymore. You get text. And then there's a third story. Sorry, there's 4 stories. There's Blit. There's What Happened at Cambridge 4. I think Alt FAQ Basilisks or something like that. I think that one was actually published in Nature or Science, one of the two. And then Different Kinds of Darkness, which is the name of the short story collection that I got. I'll read the gear up and then we'll carry on with it. At your order, the base flies into action and prepares for a fight. An engineer sprints towards the bay to check on the guns, passing a scout relaying combat data through the radio. There's shouting everywhere. At your side, someone's leg bounces up and down, boot heel tapping on the grate. You feel eyes on you, awaiting your command. Suit up. I think I'm going to leave the wind for a bit. I think we're going to go back and bring the lance into the... Cool. So, an assault. Be careful. Dangerous autonomous turrets are directed at the detected at the site. Wipe out your enemy unit site. Wipe out the enemy units to disable them. They're dug in like ticks. Bait the enemies to bring them out of cover, or use indirect fire weapons. We've got your back. The base will approach throughout the battle. Reserves level 7. Let's do some quick upgrades. Sorry, I abandoned talking about short stories, but we'll get through that in just a minute. It's pretty unlikely that I'm going to see... any improvements here, given how much we had to give up on the last run, but... This reminds me of certain advertisements I get in my spam folder. Okay. I think these are the first bean legs that we've gotten in a couple patches. I'd be shocked if the... yeah. Yeah, fair enough. I don't need to spend so much time. But yeah, anyway, so the concept of the basilisk I thought is a really cool one, and that's why I looked up. Too much of what I do relies on visuals, so you don't think you can survive in the book world? You mean like as a creator or as someone? Oh, sorry, no, you're talking about a world in which the visual arts are sort of non-functioning. Yeah, I mean, I think it's fair to say that a lot of our, like, we've gotten very accustomed to a lot of modes of entertainment, even modes of communication that rely on the transmission of images. Like, it would clearly, I mean, how, I guess we're kind of like a second generation of people who'd maybe take images for granted. But I mean, it's not that long ago that the internet was essentially only going to be text. There's obviously been tremendous progress in terms of what what machines are capable of. So it's even playing something like Last Call BBS can kind of give you an idea of how just different computing was, not all that long ago, like effectively sort of within the lifetimes of the creators. But I mean, it's also something that, you just get accustomed to. Like, I'm not entirely sure how well I would adapt to not having some kind of computational device in immediate access. And like, I'm just talking about something even as simple as like a mobile phone. I more or less take it for granted that I'm going to have access to the internet, and that I don't need to go and pick up a newspaper to be able to be informed about what's going on in the world. That would actually be a slightly archaic, like, it almost kind of feels like the sort of thing that I would do to remember what it feels like. Because I subscribe to one publication, and then I have had a newspaper subscription before, but that was really more so that I could access the digital side of things. And I just, I thought it would be kind of fun to just have like a physical paper. And then what I found was, like, in the apartment building, like, someone would always take it. It's like there's, 6 people living in the building, one of whom has a subscription to, it was called the Globe and Mail. But like, apparently that person just felt entitled to take the paper. And like, it was so obviously like someone in the building doing it. So, needless to say, I did not renew the subscription. But yeah, like, as cool as it is, like, it's not, I do like reading books, like physical books, but reading the paper, like, that would just be, it's a fun little novelty as opposed to being something I necessarily want to do. Like, if I have to read the paper today, it would usually just mean something's gone wrong. There just doesn't really seem to be that, there just doesn't really seem to be that much reason to, I guess, engage that way. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure that yeah, that still works. So yeah, even in that very limited sense, like, it does feel like that's a pretty big. It does feel like that's a pretty big change. You get a free book every month with Prime sometimes. Sometimes those are interesting enough sounding to get you to read again. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah. So sorry, I kind of lost the plot here. But yeah, so the Langford stories were interesting to me, and I was like, oh yeah, so there's a bunch of basilisks in this collection? Sure. Sign me up for different kinds of darkness. So that was the first one that I started working with. The next, I think I just need to move this mech up. Actually, the better option is I move to the side. I let the rifle do its thing. And then I just get in position for the next turn. But yeah, so like that was just an easy, like in this case it was a subject that I was interested in, so like I read a short story because that is the format of the thing that I was interested in. You know, if it had been some other kind of story, then I would have, you know, if it had been a novel, then I would have read the long form version of it, but that's, you know, that's not what I got. Good Lord. I was not expecting this kind of a walk. Yeah, that's a non-starter. Well, let's take a quick look and see if I can do anything useful from this hill. Sort of. I mean, it feels like there's a lot of attention going on to this one tank. Anyway, again, I'm making a meal out of this this Langford thing. But yeah, so that was kind of the start. I haven't finished all the stories inside of it, but it's given me a start. Okay, looks like I'm bonking my own people. So one I want to clear out and then move up. So, actually one other thing I can maybe try and do is dash. Yeah, that pretty much solves all those problems. It does bring me a little closer to the enemy and also potentially into friendly fire, but I think I can live with that. But looks like I'm still... Ugh. All right, just making it in time. But yeah, I finished the Time Machine, which I really enjoyed. Time Machine's a bit longer than I was expecting it would be, but it's surprisingly enjoyable. And I know Wells didn't necessarily say, like, he talked about some embarrassment sort of returning to it as a senior author, but he wasn't necessarily like ashamed of it either. But that was actually quite an enjoyable book. If you've not read it, I think it actually holds up quite well. But this book that I've got here, I'm really interested in. It's kind of unexpected. It's a different kind of book than what I thought it was, but it's actually better for it, I think. So this is by George Saunders, and it's called "A Swim in the Pond in the Rain." And so the subtitle is "In which 4 Russians give a master class on writing, reading, and life." So. I'd known that this was about sort of some Russian short stories, so I've just read the first one in it, which is Chekhov. It's called In the Cart. Now, the way that it starts is... Oh, you had to in high school? Well, what did you think of it, out of curiosity? I will do the turn, but I figure I'll get the thought out of the way done. I'll get the thought out of the way, and then we can focus on the game again. So the first story, In the Cart. So it turns out this guy is a teacher at Syracuse University. So he teaches the creative writing, or MFA writing. I'm sorry, what's the actual name of the program? Creative writing program at Syracuse University, and I believe also came out of that program. So is both a instructor now, but is somebody who's attended as a student. So it turns out that this will actually, so this isn't just a collection of those stories and commentaries on them, but it's actually built a little bit like the exercises in this guy's class. So in the case of In the Cart, it's actually 1 page of In the Cart and then 1 page of analysis. And then I think eventually he gets to the point where it's like 2 pages at a time. And then I think the rest of them are intended to be, I think the rest are basically the story, commentary on the story, and then sort of an afterwards. Oh, interesting. I think the ending actually allows for sort of follow-up stories, and from what I understand, there's about 2 or 3 reasonably well-known science fiction stories that actually try to fill in the fate of the time traveler. But yeah, so the other stories that are inside this collection, The Siggers by Ivan Turgenev, The Darling by Anton Chekhov, Master and Man, Leo Tolstoy, The Nose, Nikolai Gogol, Gooseberries, Chekhov again, Alyosha the Pot, Leo Tolstoy, and then there's some appendices. So the thing that's pleasant about this is that this is as much... So I was pleasantly surprised by the writing advice side of things. But so much of the write-up is actually also about how to read these stories. And that I'm actually finding very helpful, because I'm realizing how blunted some of my senses are for some subtleties inside these stories. And this is particularly important for short stories, which I'm unaccustomed to reading, because you can't waste space with that. Arguably with a novel, you can't waste space either, but it's at least a little more forgiving for that. But, a little bit like, I guess, a joke or a poem or something like that. Like, if you waste words, it becomes very noticeable. And so this is a surprisingly, not just a surprisingly good book, because, again, it's got very famous and very well-regarded short stories in it. So, I suppose that's almost something you could take for granted. But I'm pleasantly surprised at exactly how it's designed to make me a better reader, and arguably a better writer if I decide to write short stories. But yeah, it does actually seem to be something that more than just getting something of a class and more than just getting some good literature, it does actually seem to be kind of the whole package, for lack of a better term. So that was a pleasant surprise. I was talking about a textbook that I'd ordered. I finally got word from them. So apparently it was on back order. So September 12th is when they start shipping again. And then my life will be complete. I will not need to buy any more books until I do. God, there was another book thing I was gonna mention, but I lost it. But this is also so silly of me, because I'm sure this is totally not people's musical tastes. But I was looking for new music. Now, I had heard the Glitch Mob from the Battlefield 1 trailer, but I haven't really, sought them out and listened to them. And when it comes to electronic music, I don't mind remixes. I will listen to remixes, but I usually tend to skip albums that are just remixes. Because it's I don't know, I like listening to albums. I like listening to something that's kind of got a coherent whole. So, I started listening to those, but I've now heard Revisions, which was released last year. This thing is amazing. And they actually have a YouTube, it's an album length, the full YouTube video of some visuals on it. What was funny is I've actually heard Revisions 2 times before I listened to the whole thing. I was exhausted when I listened to it, so I actually kind of drifted off to sleep halfway through, and I'd sort of wake up to this incredibly kind of how you sort of are just on the edge between sort of sleeping and wakefulness, so you're not 100% sure what you actually consciously experienced and how much was just sort of working on you while you were, you were somewhere else. I kind of had that experience twice with it, but I've actually finally sat down and listened to the whole thing. I have a reasonably good pair of headphones, and that was something else. So I guess that's a lesson for me to be a little more willing to, make me a little more willing to seek out those kinds of albums. I like their other, like, their earlier stuff too, but like, again, I'm catching up with pretty much any popular music. So I hear this Billie Eilish music. I hear she's kind of popular. I should check that out next. I've heard Bad Guys. So there was an act in some Got Talent thing that did these cool dances to a few of their songs, and you had to hear more of them. Yeah, it's I mean, as with games, like most of the stuff that I'll see, I pretty much I enjoy it. But I was really pleasantly surprised by this recent album. I think it's just because my expectations were so low, so far as remixes were concerned. And again, that's a me thing. Like, that has nothing to do with the quality of any remix albums I've listened to. It's just, again, an album is a thing, right? So I'll usually listen to a remix as kind of like a bonus at the back end of an album I've otherwise listened to. There was another reading thing I was going to mention, but let me start the turn. Oh, right, it was some gaming news to talk about, but all right, I don't think there's any way I can really escape this, but let's try dashing nonetheless. All right, so a little damage, but that might have actually even been our own fault. So I'm going to take advantage of my speed and position to continue harassing this unit. So really, a large part of this is just making sure. So I do think I'm actually opening myself up to a bit of damage moving this way. I don't know. I think I'm willing to take the hit. Okay. Okay, doing a decent enough job avoiding the worst consequences. So how much damage does the marksman rifle actually do here? 570 and change. My shield's got... that's pretty much going to take out my shield on its own there. So my first inclination is to sort of move to the left and get behind the... Actually, no, this is such a weird way of doing it, but I actually think I can make this work. I guess not. Well, okay, there's a couple ways I can sort of make this. Okay, so let's just take stock. Okay, so I'm pretty sure I can just move wherever I want. Yeah, so I am going to get hit by the missiles, but I think that's unavoidable at this point. And what I'd also like to do... I think that's as close as I'm gonna get. It'd be nice to have a little more distance, but... Okay, that doesn't work for me, though. So how did I forget that they were going to do another shot with their marksman rifle? And what do I do about it? Because that's going to blow off my right arm if I let him have a clear shot like that. Okay. Totally different strategy. So we more or less accomplished the same thing. The only thing I don't like is that basically my my machine gunner is out of commission for the turn. Sorry, it's old and not awesome visual quality, but still cool. Send on Twitter for later. Oh, thank you. Yes, I definitely want to see that. Sorry, I kind of got sucked into the game. Okay, let's just see how this turns out, and then as far as other topics are concerned, we can deal with that later. So first thing I want to do is see whether or not we survive these missiles. I don't think we dodged a single... Oh no, we dodged 2 of them, but that was 40% of our... 40% of our pilot's health there. Okay, that's pretty beneficial. Well, okay, there's one cost to that, which is we don't get the friendly fire, but I think I'm just gonna have to live with that. So this will be good for, because their back's facing me, this will still be good, should be good for hitting them in the legs. Ooh. Yeah, that's pretty handsome. Okay, I'm liking the concussive damage that we've done here. So I suppose one important question here is, okay, so nobody's coming after the machine gunners, so that's a signal to me to start making my move. However, the other thing I want to keep in mind is that I expect to have dealt with this enemy in time, like by the end of the turn. So actually, what I should probably do is dash my way to my next assignment. Well, at least as much as I can. Okay, this guy completely makes sense that they're gonna keep their shield up. So The best I think I can do here, I need to cool down anyway. Ah, clever. Okay. So this is, as far as an AI move is concerned, this is actually really impressive, because what they're doing is they're moving in such a way that they're that I have to cross over into the turret. Now, I do have kind of a plan for them. So what I really want to do is have them turn their back, because even with a low probability of success, I just need a little bit more to be able to really kind of stick it to them. So I'm going to kind of stick around the edge here, and then I'm going to get behind a building just for some protection. We'll see where the rest of it goes. Now, tank has crashed, but it's not out of the game yet. So here's what I'm going to do. Oof. Yeah, my best option here actually is to should follow up with a shotgun as soon as possible and really hope I can deliver. Okay, so if I do this, okay, so let's just think about the logic of what I'm doing here. So, I'm okay attacking the tank. So I'm moving back when it's opening fire on me, and an ideal... Yeah, this move does not make any sense at all. This makes a lot more sense, because at least I'm moving... Ugh. Now, you know what? I'm gonna play it... I gotta play it safe. Knight 97M, how are you doing? And thank you very much for your raid with a very sizable raid. May not be on for that much longer. We might do a little bit of chatting afterwards, but play it safe, charge it right. Yeah, so the reason why I'm trying to play it safe is that this unit's got a marksman rifle, so that does 575 damage. If I take a look at the components, so with the mech that's being targeted, its right arm, which has its primary weapon, has got 98 damage left. Its center torso is 561, so it's something where... Excuse me. It's something where... it's something where the... sorry, sneezing just resets my brain. Excuse me. But yeah, so one volley might be enough to just take out the pilot. Anyways, neither here nor there. What were you up to tonight? And thank you again for the raid. Thank you for everybody for hanging out, who hung out after the raid. I highly recommend this game if you've not checked it out. So I was given a copy from Brace Yourself Games for promotional purposes. PlateUp. I've not heard of PlateUp. Could you give me a sufficiently long elevator ride pitch? So let's say we're going to the 25th floor, so feel free to explain as much as you would like. Also, let me just reset. I'll try and explain the logic of the turn, but I'll get a shout out of the way, and then I'll also just explain how this game works for people. This is, for those of you unfamiliar with Phantom Brigade, this is basically this is a turn-based tactics game from Brace Yourself Games. So these are the people who've done Crypt of the Necrodancer and Industries of Titan, and have actually just announced that they're getting into publishing as well. Their first published game is going to be called Godless. And you know what they say, God less is God more. But this one is a little bit, so if you've played Frozen Synapse, you get the experience of sort of watching your turn play out and the satisfaction you get having set that up. The other way of thinking about this, and it's probably a little bit more accurate gameplay-wise, is it's a little bit like Into the Breach, where you can see what the enemy is going to do. Now, everything takes place at the same time, so you don't get to, you don't get to say, okay, well, if I take out enemy A, then they're not able to do their attack. But if enemy B takes their attack, and that'll stop enemy C from being able to do something because enemy C moves after B, so on and so forth. This one, everything takes place at the same time, but you have, in the story of this game, you've got an AI that will give you knowledge of your enemy's intentions 5 seconds into the future. And I say the enemy's intentions because you absolutely can crash into the enemy and otherwise affect what they're actually able to accomplish that turn. It's beautifully animated. I mean, everything about this just visually is a feast for the senses. Well, yeah, and actually, I shouldn't just say visually, because soundtrack-wise, it also has a wonderful score by Riley Koenig. I don't know if I'm pronouncing his name correctly, but I believe it's Riley Koenig. And I was delighted to find out that we actually went to the same university. However, he has accomplished so much more than me with his degree. So not everybody who comes from the university I went to necessarily has the same skills. But in any case, what I've been doing right now is just planning out my turn against a reasonably strong enemy. So for instance, I'm being attacked here. It's a weapon that's sort of enough to take out the things that will make my own marksman effective. So in return, essentially what I'm doing is I'm using an alternative unit to try and take out the enemy. But you'll notice that this tank here has a short-range weapon that is pretty effective against this unit with a shotgun. So instead of dashing, what I'm going to do is I'll set up my machine gun. Ooh, it's not a really good opportunity, is it? Well, it's the best I got here, so I'll set up my machine gun, and we are gonna target this tank before it's able to do damage to my ally here. So essentially, everybody's kind of trading dance partners, and we're hoping to we're trying to mitigate the damage that we take from certain sources, or possibly take out the sources of damage before they get a chance to work on us. Now, one of the things, there's this replay feature that's been brought in, but you also get a chance to slow down the turn. So we're going to watch this in slow-mo and see how it all works out. So there is, you can damage a mech, you can also damage a pilot. So one of the things I'm hoping for with this shotgun here is to do enough damage to the pilot to stop them from firing their weapon. Now I am a little curious how this turns out. Oh, we're so close. Look at that grin. So we know there's not a high chance of success. Alright, we did knock out the pilot, good. So we're definitely not going to take him out this time. Alright, and the tank's out too. Okay, as you can see, the enemy here fired some rockets at me. So I do need to make sure that I'm protected. Looks like they're moving through the city here, though, so I can actually do something with my Sleipnir here to deal with both problems. So the missiles have a lock. These things are... Oh, that's a heavy launcher. So they do 825 in a full volley, which is something I should be very concerned about. However, I believe you can mess up the tracking for missiles by dashing. So that's the first thing I'm going to do. Even though it generates some heat for me, it's a way that I can avoid. It's a way that I can avoid the attack. The other thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to move throughout the city. So, oh, don't do this to me. So the one thing I'm doing here is I'm avoiding the turrets, which are going to do some damage, but I'm still able to contribute against the enemy unit here. And of course, the rest of my team is in a position where, you know, we can actually make a move against the enemy now. So one thing I'm going to do as an example is, so I'll wait for the rockets are flying now, so I'm going to just get a little dash in to try and throw them off the scent, and we'll get behind some cover. The rest of my team, we can get into position and hopefully make the enemy pay for its choice. Unfortunately, the buildings make for some pretty good cover, so I could try... Yeah, that's just not going to happen. So here's my alternative. Go around the side. Actually, so if I just jump up... Yeah, I'm too close. That works, though. Unfortunately, that building's too tall to be... Well, no, okay. That's good for a starter. And then I think I also can get them on the back end. Yeah, just barely. I think it's worth a shot, though. Okay, we've already taken out this tank, so this machine gunner... Oop, no, let's not overheat. Really, here I just need to get in position. I don't think I'm going to be able to do that much here. I mean, I can start firing, but let's see how the turn works out. Okay, so the big question is what happens with these rockets. So that's where we're going to start with this turn. Nice. That all wound up in the side of the building. By the way, the last time you've seen something like that in an indie game. Oh! There's a stray! No! Oh, that's a thing of beauty. Alright, let's see how the missile turns out. Yeah, it didn't do enough. Alright. I'd say that's especially given the fact that we had a couple of really high damage weapons firing on us. I think that was a pretty good job at managing some tough enemies. The rest of this, we're just gonna... So this is like many mech games. Scrap is a part of the experience. The less you destroy on your enemies, the more goodies you can pick up. But yeah, my usual routine for this is just to grab whatever rare and uncommon items I can get my hands on and call it there. Now, I don't think I have it in me to... Wait a minute. Did we not take the outpost? Yeah, we did. Okay, so what I want to do is take care of... I think I want to work on the conflict first. So we're not going to go to overdrive. We're going to cruise. Now, I don't think I'm going to be able to do another battle. If you have any questions about Phantom Brigade, I'm happy to try and answer them. But I think for our purposes, This will be it for battles. One thing I was debating on chatting about, though, was... So, one, we're obviously talking about Brace Yourselves publishing option. Oh. A cry for help. Your base is trundling down a rough and twisty country road as you contemplate how to keep your lunch down when your pilot calls you over. See that? The pilot says. She points to at a young farmer who's waving you down. Reckon we should stop? Approach. Cry for help. You call for the base to stop. Oh, man. 60 hours is a long time to wait. You call for the base to stop and climb out to talk to the woman. Oh, thank goodness. I've been trying to find someone to help us all day, but nobody would stop for us. What's the matter? One of your pilot asks. A garrison of soldiers came into our village last night. They've been looting the buildings and scaring the villagers. We don't have any way to fight back. Will you help us? So, yes, help the village and scare the enemy soldiers. Oh, okay. So, where's the target? Yes, I'm going to be able to survive that. So one of the questions that I'll have that's come up. So for those of you unfamiliar, there's two things that came up. One, I was reading Simon Carlos's newsletter, and apparently the question of sort of nature versus nurture has come up when it comes to marketing. I was curious if anybody got a chance to see that, because it actually lines up with something that I've been trying to write during my little writing sessions. It's that the thing I'm writing about is a little more about data, but let's get out of the danger zone. So they're going to start sending people after me if I'm not careful. So we want to help the battle site where we can, although they're growing like mushrooms. The other thing is that there have been a lot of rumors about EA being acquired, and I'm curious if anybody has any opinions on that, because there's one thing that I've been thinking about on it, but the other thing I've been thinking about is I'm not much of a finance guy. Like, I know a bit about it. I can read like an income statement and a balance sheet and things like that, but like I wouldn't go working for like a capital markets like division in a bank or anything like that based off of my knowledge. But there do seem to be a couple of like very obvious questions that are coming out. Now the thing is, okay, the rumors, especially the companies that they're talking about, do seem to be serious things. So whatever objections I sort of have don't really seem to be stopping these talks from happening. Like, I would not doubt that something is going on to cause these rumors to happen, but like how far along the talks are and whatnot is a whole other question. But I suppose there's almost a question here as to whether or not this is an interesting curiosity for me, or if this is something that people are interested in. So here's the trick to Cree. I actually think that EA is the best publisher. I am actually one of the... I know people, given my tendency to be like trolly and contrarian, like people think that that's an affected belief, but I genuinely think that EA is actually one of the best publishers out there. And I have a rather provocative article, which is a few years old now, but I still think has held up. But I do realize that it's something of a byword for bad gaming practices. But yeah, so I put it to you this way. The thing is that you like a decent amount of their games, but they're super greedy and skeezy feeling with the extra monetization policies. Yeah, I mean, I know people aren't crazy about loot boxes and such. So I know people, a lot of the attention seems to have been focused on FIFA lately. When I think of a lot of stuff that I've been playing, like I have this subscription service through them. So there's no DLC, there's no expansions for Battlefield anymore. There haven't been for the last couple of games. I don't think there's any paid DLC for Jedi Fallen Order. You know, Apex Legends is free to play. You know, obviously there's ways to pay for it. I mean, the thing is made over $1 billion for them, but it seems to me that when people are kind of complaining about pay to win stuff, you wouldn't point to Apex Legends as the example. And so far as I can tell, there are no microtransactions in Star Wars Squadrons either. So I realize there's a reputation that EA has, but it's not always borne out in their titles. Yeah, I think, I mean, that's true for me for a couple of publishers, Night 97. Like, I think, I definitely think that there has been a little bit more differentiation in terms of, like, publishers finding their niche and really, like, it seems to me like Ubisoft really has a clear idea as to what makes a good game, and like, if you're outside of that mold, you're definitely not a. Oh, sure, Night. Sorry. By the way, I didn't really talk about you or your stream. I apologize for that. I also know, like, I think probably, you know, the majority of the people watching the channel are actually people from your channel at this point. So, so I'm just gonna take a sip of some tea. Actually, not a sip. Several gulps. But here's the thing for me, like, so the reason why I'm skeptical of the idea of an acquisition for EA is that I have a little bit of discretionary savings now, and I have traded stocks in the past. And like, gaming's kind of something that I know. So I was genuinely taking a look at Electronic Arts. I was like, okay, this seems like something that might be worth it. That company is very highly valued right now. So one way that you could measure a company would be price to earnings. So the idea is that if you're buying a share of a company, and you have a claim on earnings, and if you were to just say, it's like, okay, I consider this an ownership, and, you know, the earnings are money that's going in my pocket, this is how much I'm paying for each dollar of earnings. And essentially, in the case of EA, based on their most recent earnings, you'd be paying about $40.50 for every dollar that EA makes. That's quite a bit of money. The other way of thinking of it would be if you were to buy a bond, you know, and EA's earnings were to be the interest you'd get on that, that'd be about like 2.5%, about that, I think. Which admittedly interest rates are quite low, but like, you wouldn't exactly be falling over yourself to say, oh great, 2.5% interest. I'm all over that, particularly because, you know, the earnings of a company are not as certain as the interest payments from a bond. You want to sort of be compensated for the risk that you're taking on. Now, there's good reason for this valuation for EA. They've actually been doing quite well. So even with disappointments like Battlefield 2042, you know, the company has been able to remain profitable and like kind of operate within expectations as far as what people think they should be earning, which is sometimes what will determine the share price of a company. But what this does mean is that if you're somebody who wants to take the company, you know, into your own, right? If you're like a Disney or something like that, it means that you're paying a very large amount of money to be able to bring Electronic Arts in. So you can contrast this with Microsoft's decision to acquire Activision Blizzard. So what happened with Activision Blizzard? Well, you know, the terribleness of that company was finally sort of realized. They're facing the lawsuit from the state of California. You know, there have also been more structural problems. So number of players for Call of Duty have been sort of going down. But essentially, like, you know, Bobby Kotick in particular it does really seem like he has become something of a liability for the company. Because in addition to the overall problems at Activision Blizzard, he himself has been the target of a few lawsuits and accusations. So oddly enough, apparently he was dating Sheryl Sandberg, who apparently covered for him too. So all sorts of wonderful people. This is one of the things why it's so depressing to talk about finance stuff, right? Because you're talking about the worst people possible in so many cases. So the thing is that if you believe that the properties that Activision has, if you think that like World of Warcraft and Call of Duty and Sekiro, like all of these different things are, if these things for the most part are unchanged, and that essentially the problem with Activision is the management and the things that are leading to unionization efforts and such, then it means that essentially you can unlock a lot of value in that company by buying it up and firing management, which is effectively what I think Microsoft's trying to do. And so because the stock price was so depressed by all of that bad news, Microsoft was able to come in and buy the company at a significant discount to what it probably was really worth. So again, in this case here, the idea of buying a company for its earnings, I think now after the offer to acquire it, it's trading at something like 32 times earnings. So that's a bit closer to EA territory. But I mean, it's worth remembering that the time that Microsoft made the offer, I think it was trading at about, $50 or $60 a share. Now it's at 80, so, that's about a quarter of the values just coming straight from the offer. It's also trading at a discount, so I think Microsoft's going to pay something like $95. Currently it's $78, so this means that there are people who are worried about whether or not that acquisition is going to go through or not. Because if they thought it was a sure thing, then you'd see the value go up to the price at which Microsoft's going to pay for it. Anyways, this is the idea, right? Like one of the reasons why a company might be an attractive target for an acquisition is that you feel that it is trading below its actual value. The other thing that can make some expensive acquisitions make sense is that you're a company that it's like you work in a similar space and you're going to be able to sort of realize some benefits that anyone couldn't. So like if someone were to give me tens of billions of dollars and say, go ahead, buy the gaming company that you think is worth the most, it would be hard. Like essentially the purchase of EA would be an assumption that EA is going to be considerably more successful at growing its earnings compared to its peers. Paradox, Ubisoft, Team 17, Devolver Digital, Square Enix I think is still traded publicly. Then there's Nintendo, Sony, Microsoft. Those obviously are involved in other businesses than just the production of video games, but you get the idea, right? If you're buying, like essentially the reason you buy any financial asset is that you expect there's going to be some kind of a return, and even if you're looking for some kind of improvement in terms of your share price, if you want to just be able to sell that thing later, the share price is still going to be tied to its ability to earn money. So even if you're not pulling the money straight out of the company in terms of like a dividend or something like that, the value of the company is ultimately going to be determined by its ability to generate money. Either way, I don't think it would be a bad thing. EA to be bought? Yeah. Well, this is the thing, is that because they are a company that has actually been doing as a company. I'm not necessarily saying as a publisher, because individual players are going to have opinions on that. But basically, as a company, they've been doing their job very well, and so they are quite highly valued. And so the tricky part here is that essentially either the buyer just doesn't care about price, at which case it's like, okay, that must be a nice problem to have. I'm so happy that your shareholders do not care about the destruction of value. Because the thing is, it's like, if anything, just think of all the different, stock bubbles that you've seen before. It's possible to buy very good companies at very terrible prices and realize losses, by doing that. You could, I guess the best example would be, it's like, would you want to own a share of Amazon? Sure. I mean, who wouldn't? They're doing, that is a company that is pretty good at making money, right? Would you spend, $60,000 to get a share of Amazon? You definitely should not. There are, there's a lot of stuff that needs to happen for Amazon to be worth that. So that's kind of the example that I'm giving, is that, for most things, there is some dollar value that makes sense. Whether or not that is the price at which they are acquired is another question. And this, I think, to a large extent, is the reason why these have only remained rumors. I definitely think there are companies interested in acquiring EA, but I think that, first of all, the companies have to have the wherewithal to be able to actually make such a bid. But on top of that is because EA is not exactly an inexpensive company right now, and because there's going to have to be a certain premium that you need to pay in order to entice shareholders to actually to say, yes, we think, we don't want to own this thing anymore. We'll happily take the cash you're offering. People are going to be paying quite a bit to acquire it. So it's probably not surprising that the names that are coming up are Disney, Amazon, and Comcast, I think. Oh yeah, and Apple. Sorry, Disney, Amazon, Comcast, and Apple. I actually would have guessed that Apple probably would have been the one to take them out, except that one, that would make them the largest acquisition in Apple's history. And two, I know Apple wants to get better at games. I'm not entirely sure EA's quite the alignment that they're looking for. But again, if you're going to be paying a lot, then at least part of the value that you're unlocking is that it fits very well with your portfolio. Like, you're doing things which will make sense for making that acquisition. So, for instance, if Microsoft were to buy EA, this makes a lot of sense. They've already got the EA games on Game Pass. Microsoft is good at doing it, they're a publisher. They also make a console. They know how to get games into gamers' hands. And I'm not entirely sure that, so far as I can tell, Microsoft doesn't do sports games. EA does that. You might make an argument that, EA is also expanding its role in mobile. So if Microsoft wants to get into that, well, that's a somewhat indirect way of doing it, but, it is potentially in line with that goal. But overall, you can definitely see how Microsoft can take advantage of some expertise that they already have. They might also just be able to consolidate some operations. It's kind of the same logic that you would apply to them getting Activision Blizzard, except that Activision Blizzard was trading at a very attractive price for them to be able to do what they did. Disney, you can see something of an argument because there's an existing relationship with EA in the form of the Star Wars games. But the thing is that I'm not sure that's quite enough. You could actually say that as far as EA is concerned, what are the franchises that EA does that maybe you'd see Disney turn into movies? Battlefield? I don't think so. And if anything, the last couple Battlefields, the most recent Battlefield hasn't had a single player campaign, but they haven't really done that much in terms of single player since Battlefield 4. There is something of an argument in terms of maybe a synergy with the Disney owns ESPN, but again, what, ESPN branded EA sports games? I mean, I don't really see what that's offering. And I mean, you know, it's not like people are going to want to watch the electronic version of these sports games on ESPN. I think ESPN did actually try to do the international, like the Dota 2 tournament. And I think it was a lot of people who are really into sports being very confused as to why there were video games on their television. I don't believe that was a particularly successful experiment. So, you know, there are some things that I think, I mean, Disney's certainly very creative in terms of how they're able to make things work, but it's kind of hard to see how EA really is the magic. But I do see some logic for Ubisoft, because Ubisoft's stock price hasn't really moved a whole lot in the last... Actually, I'll test that, because again, the magic of our phones. Yeah, so over 5 years, share price starts at $56.25, currently trading at $46.01. So over the past 5 years, per share, it's actually fallen $10. So, you know, there is something... I don't know if I can say that Ubisoft is a particularly inexpensive acquisition right now, but it's one where you could sort of see that maybe the shareholders might be a little bit more willing to, to give up their company and just take the money instead. But I think, especially if Disney were to be the acquirer, I actually think Ubisoft makes a lot more sense. Because for that one, you do actually have a number of properties that are the sort of thing that you might be able to turn into like a Disney Plus series or a series of movies, right? Assassin's Creed, perfect example of that, but not the only one. Obviously, Far Cry is another example. You probably wouldn't put it like under the Disney logo, but like, you know, you can see how for Ubisoft, they actually have a number of different, and of course all the Tom Clancy stuff. So you have a number of franchises already, which in addition to expanding out, you know, obviously if Disney's considering these kinds of acquisitions, it means that they're looking to build a presence in gaming. But they also have things that could be, you know, could align very well with their other divisions. So, you know, for the same reason that their acquisition of Marvel made a lot of sense way back when, is there's just an endless number of different comic book characters and scenarios that you can turn into movies, and they've done that incredibly well. You know, to a level that maybe some people don't like going to the movies anymore because they'd like to see something other than Marvel. But again, that's another topic. And then on top of that, they already have a working relationship with Ubisoft. Essentially the same argument you'd make with EA, because not only is Ubisoft making the Avatar game for the Avatar, well, the Avatar movie that's coming out, but they're also working on a Star Wars title. And of course, now that Disney owns the Fox properties, they own both Avatar and Star Wars. So, well, obviously Star Wars wasn't for Fox, but everybody knows that Disney owns Fox. So price-wise, it makes more sense. In terms of overall fit, it seems to make more sense. The only thing is that nobody's talking about these kinds of acquisition rumors. They're talking about EA potentially being acquired. And this is, of course, why you're not hearing those arguments. The other possibility is that EA is a larger company than Disney, so it may be that Ubisoft is not large enough to really merit the acquisition. But I'm not entirely convinced by that, right? Because there's, like, the fact that there was an Assassin's Creed movie that wasn't that successful is absolutely not an impediment to Disney turning that into a series. There've been, like, it feels like you can't fail in movies anymore. Like, if you're something that somebody wants to make a franchise out of and the franchise isn't successful, they'll just reboot it, right? There was a Hulk movie, and then that didn't work out, so I think there was another Hulk movie, and that didn't work out, so I think there was another Hulk movie, and like now Hulk's part of the Avengers and making money, or however it works. Again, I haven't watched this stuff, so I can't really... But yeah, like, you know, Do I think Disney would be able to pull off Assassin's Creed? Yeah, I mean, for all we know, like Assassin's Creed could be Disney Plus's answer to House of the Dragon and Rings of Power, right? These obscenely expensive television shows for HBO and Amazon to sort of club each other to death with. Amazon and EA, honestly, I think Amazon would be overpaying for EA because Amazon's been really trying to bring their data-driven approach that make them work with like every other industry and become feared. Amazon's really, really struggled to get its gaming off the ground, and I have a feeling that actually Amazon would probably do a lot of damage to EA, transplanting its culture. The Comcast one I really don't understand. It looks like Comcast really wanted it. I think they were willing to divest some stuff to make it work, but whether or not whether or not that actually comes through, it's another other question. Or Disney puts those on Hulu too if they don't want to put it on a D+ from 2. Yeah, exactly. I mean, they have a few different options in terms of how they can explore it, but like you can definitely see like how there are far more opportunities for Disney to make something of Ubisoft, like in a way that almost none of the other suitors really make sense. Again, if you're going to make the TV argument, you can sort of say Amazon could try, but again, I don't think Amazon quite has the same experience in like just wringing everything they can out of a series. So, like I said, I mean, this is not my so I don't have too much of a criticism of the reporting, because in the end, if the rumors are, if people are meeting and the rumors are coming, the journalists are going to report what they're hearing. So if people aren't talking to Ubisoft about acquisition, but they're talking to EA about acquisition, that's what we're going to hear reported. But in terms of just the logic for the acquisitions, I just don't see the sense in EA. I could see if EA had a stumble and its share price fell quite a bit, that it would be a very attractive target because it's a very good publisher. But I want to go and buy a game developer, like one of the ones that I think would be the natural target would be Ubisoft for the reasons that I've highlighted. Although again, like I think if Disney wants to get into games, I think Ubisoft is probably the most logical for them. But one of the things I was debating on, so like I said, I don't know that much about finance. Again, I know enough to sort of work my way around, but like I wouldn't be killing it in at Goldman Sachs or something like that. But I do actually have a couple of books on it, both theoretical and more practical. And so I was debating as to whether or not there would be any interest in me actually sitting down and like trying to do the math of the acquisition of game companies, and not just for EA, but like for all the ones that are currently have some rumors, and like just to be able to do basic stuff like saying is like, so what price would make sense? Or like, okay, somebody's now just bid this much and it seems like the acquisition's going to go through, so what needs to be true for this number to make sense, for it to be worth it for this company to have bought this other one? Because obviously I already wrote something on acquisitions before, just before the Activision acquisition happened actually, and then I've also written about Unity and its merger/acquisition. It's a merger because they didn't have the money to just outright buy Iron Source, but definitely Unity is going to be driving the bus on the combined company. But yeah, I don't know if that, I mean, obviously I spent a bunch of time talking about it. We're an hour past my normal finishing time, so if there's interest in that, I'll put the effort in. But I know I'm going to need to do some homework before I can really deliver, let's say. There's another topic that I wanted to hit, but my brain's shutting down. I kind of already talked about the I'm really excited for the Brace Yourself publishing. Because, like, it's clear Brace Yourself has a really clear idea about what it takes to make a game successful. Like, if you haven't seen Ryan Clark's videos on hooks and, you know, like Marlon's choice cuts and like all of this stuff in terms of just being able to present a game and make it find its audience, like, I really think they're, as a publisher, I think they're going to help people find audiences for, like, you know, obviously the game's got to be good. Oh yeah, right. It was a Simon Carlos article. That might be interesting to. You know what? I'll cover that in another video. If I'm going to spend this much more time, I should probably be playing Phantom Brigade. But yeah, I am excited for the Brace Yourself publishing because, I mean, so number one, I would love to see more games from Brace Yourself. But I mean, they're already working really hard. So Industries of Titan and Phantom Brigade are still being made, even if they are relatively close to release. We know Rift of the Necrodancer is coming. We also know that there is at least one other game in development. We know this because they are doing job applications. So if you're a senior designer, get in there. I suspect there's probably more than one game, but we know for sure that there's at least one other game that has not been announced that they're working on. So the fact, like, like, I just don't know, like, unless they want to, like, massively expand the headcount, I just don't think they have the space for more games. But I do think they know what it takes, and I also think they just have a network of, you know, of being able to sort of get in touch with and just be able to talk with people about their games. And so I think that they're very well positioned to be able to help games that are already good find their audience in a way that you know, may not necessarily be true for somebody who, you know, whether it's a first game or you know, whatever the case may be, you know, somebody who would struggle to try and find an audience for their game. So I'm excited for it. Again, the one game that they've announced is Godless, but I suspect there will be more in the future. And then, I mean, I guess there's a question of do they want to focus on sort of one game at a time? Because they don't want to have too many things release all at once and sort of, you know, step on the success of these different titles? Or are they just going to release across a broad number of different, you know, different genres, so that the idea is that someone does not own every single Brace Yourself publishing game, and, you know, they just have a very large output? I don't know. But it'll be interesting. Anyways, I'm rambling. Hopefully that was slightly interesting. Do let me know if you'd be interested in this more stuff, because I can definitely see doing like a just chatting stream where I actually sit down and like I do the work and we talk about some of these, you know, news articles and that. The nature versus nurture stuff in terms of selling a game, I think we'll save that for another time, just because, like, I'm a dilettante when it comes to gaming, right? Like, I don't work in it. I've never worked in it. I probably never will work in it. I try to read closely and I try to see what's going on, but, you know, in the end, I'm not really in a position to give advice. All I can do is just sort of look at what the claim being made and say whether or not something makes sense based on, you know, my understanding from the outside. So it can sometimes be annoying to see people talk about this stuff when they're not a practitioner, but I also don't necessarily think that... I think if you are engaging in good faith and you are trying to do your best to understand and contribute in a meaningful way, I'm not entirely sure you have to... Like, here's the thing. I don't think you have to have shipped a game to be able to say... Okay, this is a preview of the article I'm going to write. A lot of the data that's coming out on games, and particularly marketing strategies for games, are coming from people who are quite good at social media and are very often already working for an existing publisher. And so what this means is that a lot of the things that are being reported about, let's say, like TikTok or different marketing approaches, have actually sort of engaged in selection twice over. So number one, if you're very good at social media, and one of the ways you know you're good at social media is if you write an article and a lot of people read it. So I'm not good at social media. I've got the metrics to demonstrate that. But for advice articles, if you've got thousands of people reading it, yeah, you're probably pretty good at the social media thing. And so first of all, some of the success is just going to be driven by the fact that there is a level of talent that is not present for people who will try and do the same thing. But that doesn't necessarily mean that the thing they're recommending isn't good. It might just mean that, there's an interaction that's missing, and so the recommendation would maybe be that you hire someone and then you put them on TikTok. But the other challenge is that if somebody's working for a publisher, it means that the majority of these articles are about games that have already gone through a selection process, that essentially the publisher feels like this is a game that they can market. Because if you're choosing between two games, and one is easy for you to sell to people, and the other one is more difficult for you to sell to people, why on earth would you choose the second game? Of course you're going to want to choose the one where you have to spend less, whether it's time or money, to convince people that this is worth playing. And this is why, there's a certain type of game that you will see a publisher release. It's a niche that they've built for themselves. It's because they have a clear idea of things that people want. So, sometimes it's a certain type of pixel art. Sometimes it's a, sometimes you can also sell people on like really high fidelity visuals like this. Like, again, there's a number of different ways that you can work, but just generally, there is a type that you will see associated with a publisher. And so the challenge here is that type happens to work really, really well with stuff like TikTok because, of course, they're visual. They're things that entice people with good-looking bits. Like, I want to see more of this, right? Big mechs blasting each other. Yes, let's see more of that. Give me 100 of those mech stomping videos. I like the mech stomping videos. So an example of a publisher I think that probably would not do very well on TikTok is Slytherin. Slytherin Limited, English strategy game publisher. They do some more visually appealing stuff. So like they do some Warhammer 40k games like I think Battle Sector was a recent one, and like 40k is it's a tabletop miniature game. It's certainly a very recognizable property. So I don't want me to speak too much in terms of absolutes, but this is the company that publishes like Command Modern Operations, which is a game where, like, if you do the tutorial on submarines, you're going to learn about the thermocline, and like you will have a better understanding of how submarines work in the real world than you probably ever would have had from any other source short of enlisting in the Navy. Another example would be Shadow Empires, which is a very complicated 4X style game. They did Distant Worlds Universe and Distant Worlds 2. Battlestar Galactica Deadlock, again, it's associated with a license, so a little more visually appealing. But these are games that generally appeal. They have a lot of historical strategy games, and these are generally games that sort of appeal to the kind of grognard that would probably be playing a tabletop war game. And this is great, right? Because like people who like games like that, they're old. It's not like, I'm not talking like decrepit, I'm not talking about the retirement home, but like this is an older style of gamer, probably somebody who has played something by like Avalon Hill or SPI. And there's a heavy amount of nostalgia attached to that, and also a higher discretionary income, right? If you're older, you're more established in your job, you have more to, you have more to spend. You're going to be able to, to put more money in the developer's pocket. And if you're into war games, chances are you're used to buying a bunch of different source books. It's a little bit like, role-playing games in that sense. Do you want to play D&D? Well, last I checked, you need like 3 or 4 books to be playing like real D&D. Although you can always get by with less. Not every game's like that. Like some games, it does feel like you can get by with one of the books. But like most RPGs do seem to be built so that yes, you can play the game from like the core rulebook, but generally the expectation is that if you're into it, you're probably going to wind up buying a couple of others. And you know, they're hardcovers, so they're going to cost something. So the thing is, if you can appeal to that audience, and let's face it, right? Like old school looking war games are not exactly the sort of thing that everybody's making. This is an audience that actually is probably relatively underserved. But the one thing that is true is that these are people who probably don't spend a lot of time on TikTok, right? Like I'm not trying to be an ageist jerk by saying like the people who like Slytherin games are the olds, even if it's probably true. Not true. Basic rules are free online, and a lot of the digital tabletops have base rules. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, I was always under the impression that for D&D you needed like a player's handbook, a DM's handbook, and like a monster manual. My apologies, I was mistaken. I definitely know for some games you can get by with a core rulebook. But I got this impression partly because I was looking up Traveller, and like it felt like the Traveller core rulebook was enough, but then I saw a Reddit thread, and like it mentioned 8 different books, and like 3 of them were like, this is essential, and I'm like, oh, okay, so this is an expensive hobby. But yeah, okay, I was mistaken as far as it's all extra and supplemental. I mean, it's really cool, and you want all the stuff, but no one needs them. Okay, fair enough. Yeah. So I may just be misreading the essentials. So take the stuff I said about role playing, throw it into the sea, but I still think the tabletop wargaming stuff holds, right? If you want to play Warhammer 40k, you're buying an expensive rulebook, and then you're spending about as much money as those rulebooks, if not more, to buy one squad of Space Marines. And you know, like that, and then the paints, and then the terrain, and like if you don't use the official stuff, you can't play in the store, and you know, all of that sort of stuff. Yes, you can play with yeah, well, this is the problem with tabletop for me, right? Is that it discriminates against the lonely. If you don't have friends, you don't have that option. But yeah, like the idea here is that again, like it's fun to be provocative on stuff, but like the age thing is for Slytherin is that chances are if you're into that stuff, you are probably an older gamer. It's not to say that Slytherin does not appeal to other types of gamers. It's not to say that they will always only be dedicated to that group, but it's fair to say that this is probably more in line with their demographic. And a lot of where the TikTok growth is coming from are people who are not that, right? A younger group. I mean, a group that hasn't even established their Google search enough to see that as the obvious choice, right? There's this whole thing now where people are searching TikTok instead of Google, which is a really interesting trend, right? Like, this is where I'm confronting the fact that I'm no longer the whippersnapper on the information superhighway. You know, the idea that there is a group of people whose experience of the internet is not searching Google, it's searching the short video clip site. You know, obviously people like that are going to have a very different view on the world and on gaming, and that's probably not going to align well with what Slytherin's trying to do. Now, again, if Slytherin comes up with a very different kind of game, you know, let's say, I mean, here's a good example, like a cozy cooperative city builder. You know, something like maybe something like I don't know, like an Animal Crossing meets Club Penguin meets Minecraft sort of thing. Sure, I mean, put that on TikTok. That's actually probably something that would work really well, especially if you've got a good visual style for it. I could see that. But, like, that's not necessarily what Slytherin's going to be publishing. So where I'm going with all of that is just to say that because this selection mechanism is happening, and because everybody is reporting about their individual isolated success with a game, and of course we're already predisposed to listen to success. We like stories, we like hearing about success. I think what's happening is that we're not hearing enough about the times when some of this advice is not actually delivered as well as what the expectations are suggesting it should. And more importantly, we're hearing predominantly from people who are already aligned with success, right? There've already been a couple of points of selection in terms of like which game the publisher decided to do, and the fact that there is somebody who is actually quite familiar with and good at manipulating social media. And from a data perspective, I actually think there's a big problem with that. You don't want to dismiss it entirely because it's all convenience samples. Like, sometimes you have to just go to war with the army you have. But I do think that there is a certain... I mean, this is a well-known problem, right? There's survivor bias is a type of selection bias, and it's a particularly difficult one to work with. But it at the very least, even us just starting to acknowledge it more than somebody just kind of writing the small caveat of like, well, this is our individual experience, so, you know, it may be different for others. Like, everybody says that, but like nobody acts like that's actually taken seriously. And we do need to be taking that a little bit more seriously. But the thing is that like the article that I started writing that in is already at 5,000 words long, and I have a lot more to say. So I'm probably gonna have to rewrite it and just focus on that one topic. And even then, focusing on that one topic, I'm gonna need to try and like shrink it down. Dinkum? I'm not familiar with Dinkum, but if the game that I was describing, if that's the game that I was describing, great. I have a wonderful taste for games that have already been made. Anyways, I gotta shut up because I think I've been talking for an hour after Phantom Brigade. I'm happy to have had this chat, but if this stuff is interesting to you, I don't mind in future setting aside some time to discuss this sort of stuff, and maybe even do sort of like in real time some of the analysis that I would normally do in this case. But I do apologize for those of you who are just coming in for some Phantom Brigade. We're done for tonight, but I do notice that Outworld is streaming retro. I'm curious if he's back to his Mortal Kombat stuff. Oh, he's playing Mythologies, and there is a wonderful cutscene coming up. If you've not seen Mortal Kombat Mythologies, it's basically like they started making a porn parody of Mortal Kombat, and then they decided that, nah, actually, let's just make this like cutscenes for the main game. This is such a treat watching him play Mortal Kombat Mythologies. It's a, like, I don't know, I kind of like hanging out with Outworld when he's playing that game, but also just some of the stuff. Like, there's one line where, who's the guy's name? He's a sorcerer, Quan Chi. You know, he says, like, it's located in a temple in the Himalayan mountains of Nepal. And I'm always like, yes, the Himalayan mountains. You know, and none of the other ones. The Indian Himalayas, screw you. You can always, I can't remember exactly what I said, but like, I just love the fact that it's really specific about the Himalayan, the Nepalese Himalayans and not any other countries that, and I think I eventually worked out the lore where it's because of the triangle flag, and that's why they decided to put that temple there. Anyways, there's a few little memorable moments like that inside of the game. So it is a lot of fun to watch Outworld do Mythologies. I did a terrible job of selling it, but I hope you enjoy it. I'll be back Friday for either Quake or Out There. But until then, have a good night. We'll see you in the next one.